Hello.
All right, I'm gonna call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Education for June 5th, 2024. Welcome, everyone. First item on the agenda is roll call. Aaron?
Trustee Leon. Here. Trustee Manhattan.
Here.
Trustee Chow.
Present.
Trustee Liu.
Here.
Trustee Vogel, absent.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, board agenda approval. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll move.
Thanks, Sylvia.
I'll second.
Thanks, Satish. Roll call, please.
Trustee Leon.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. Okay, all right, moving on, item 2.1, flag salute. So I understand we have a FURIA student today here to lead us. Thank you. Welcome.
Please join and stand me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, next item is a school presentation from FURIA Elementary. So Principal Mary, welcome to the podium.
Thank you, and good evening, Superintendent Yao, our board trustees, executive cabinet, our FURIA parents, and community members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share a new student leadership program with you, our FURIA Expect Respect team. First, let me introduce our student advisors. They're in the back right now, but they'll wave. First, Miss Kirsten Bishad and Miss Sama Syed. So today our team is going to be sharing more about their journey this year.
Hello, we are the Expect Respect team. We are a group of 4th and 5th grade students who volunteered in this amazing program to take care of FURIA, ourselves, and each other. We started in January and we are working on reinforcing good behavior and promoting a friendly environment at FURIA. We are also encouraging students to be kind and friendly to make them and others feel like part of our community.
In January, a new 3rd grade class started at FURIA. We wanted to make sure that they felt like they belonged at this school and were part of our community. We scheduled a meeting with our teacher advisors, and we worked together on planning a fun, welcoming evening for the new group of 3rd graders.
So on a rainy evening, we met with a new 3rd grade class. We gave them a school tour around the campus, even though we were soaked. Not only did we show them around, we told them about our school rules, routines, and what makes FURIA a wonderful community. We gave them a familiar face that they could go to for help and comfort.
Maybe you're wondering how it all started. It began with a meeting with Project Cornerstone, where we discussed all the positives and areas that need improvement in our school. After the discussion, we brainstormed many ideas of what we can do to make FURIA a more collaborative and respectful community. We decided to start with one focus area for the school year, keeping our community clean and environmentally friendly.
We created the Respect Rocks. What are they? They are tickets that we helped design to motivate students to make good choices. If a class gets a certain amount of tickets, they each get a prize. This encourages students to keep the community as amazing as possible. How did we launch the Expect Respect program? We divided ourselves into teams, we created posters for each classroom, and we prepared presentations for each class. The Expect Respect team made sure that all the Falcons understood the program and were on board.
After presenting to each classroom at FURIA, we began passing out tickets at recess and lunch the following week. We used bright yellow vests and tried to catch students being respectful, helping others, and helping to keep our school clean. The students who earned tickets would place their tickets in their Rocks jar in their classrooms. The Expect Respect team went around to each classroom to collect and count tickets every few weeks. Now that you've learned about a few things we have been doing this year, let's talk about a few things we're planning to do next year. There are certain things in this process that are going well, and some things still need improvement. A huge improvement we noticed is our campus is much cleaner, and we observed that we have fewer crows, which makes our tables cleaner too. However, not everything is perfect. One problem we had was students were chasing, demanding, or trying to bribe us into giving them tickets. For example, the kindergartners were trying to give us flowers for tickets. One solution to this problem that we wanted to try was to stop wearing vests to be less visible and avoid students chasing us around. However, this caused many students to lose interest in earning tickets. One of our ideas for next year is giving students different and more interesting prizes. We think this would help because students would try to get more tickets and to fill their class jar to earn prizes that they personally want. Another one of our ideas would be to hold an assembly in the GLC. This will help because the whole school to better understand our Expect Respect program and to make sure all the students in the school fully understand the process of giving and receiving the Expect Rocks tickets. We believe this will help because when everyone understands the whole process, it will be easier and more motivating to get all the students to help reach our goal. Our last idea to enhance our Expect Respect program is that we could have different colored tickets. Different colors would earn a different amount of points. This could become more motivating for certain students, and we think this will help to make it easier to reach our goal. As you can see, these ideas and others will help our school and continue to improve our Expect Respect program next year. We are working hard to promote good behaviors and create and make a friendly school environment. We also promote and encourage kindness to all students at Faria to make everyone feel like a part of a community. Our goal is to make Faria a better place. Our other motto says, take care of each other, take care of yourself, and take care of this place. Thank you for taking time here to be here to learn about our new school-wide program. Expect Respect. Respect rocks.
Okay, well, on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank all the student presenters for coming here today to share with us your Expect Respect program and learn more about Freya. Wonderful presentations. I wonder if we could get a photo here, maybe to commemorate the occasion. So if you could all come up here and join my colleagues and me and the advisors also, please, and we'll get a picture here. Okay, moving on, item 2.3, our next item is the June Classified Employee of the Month. Mike will be kicking us off.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So this is a tribute to our Classified Employee of the Month. This person was nominated by a few people at that know this person well. I'm going to read the person's name, give a little background, and then I'm going to invite Gigi up, who is she's in charge of the CAP program, and she and Roxy are going to say some things about Vincent Tran. So the people who nominated Vincent said Vincent has been with CAP for over 10 years. Started when the program opened in Lawson and has been working hard ever since. He's always willing to lend a hand and is not afraid to step in and help in situations where help is needed. Vincent is the most positive person. He never has any negative energy and motivates his coworkers to come in with the same attitude each and every day. He gets along well with everyone and is very approachable. He greets everyone and knows everyone on campus by name. Vincent is most flexible. If someone needs a break or needs to switch, he is the first one to offer to help. He never misses a day of work and is always on time. Vincent is very dedicated to the CAP program. He loves Lawson and he loves CAP. So let's put our hands together for Vince. And I'll invite Gigi and Roxy to come on up and speak on Vince's behalf.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gigi Coe, and I'm the CAP manager here at Cupertino Union School District. So it's my pleasure tonight to be here to introduce you all to Vincent, who we all know as Vince, as our newest classified employee of the month. Vince has actually been with CAP since 2012 of June, and for as long as any of us can remember, Vince has been the face of Room 5 at Lawson, our CAP SDC. So in preparation for tonight, I actually spent a long time trying to recollect my favorite memory with Vince. And I realized it was pretty much impossible to do so. Because if any of you know Vince, you'll know that he is always consistently calm, collected, supportive, and carries a smile on his face. I want to emphasize the importance of consistency here. For those of you that may not know, Vince's day-to-day work is to support students with cognitive delays and intensive behavior needs in our middle school classroom. This can get challenging at times for anyone, but I've watched Vince support various students throughout the years, and I've always seen him do it with confidence. He does it with a reassuring smile, calm demeanor, and calmness no matter what situation presents itself. And it's amazing to see someone be able to come to such a job each and every day with such positivity and consistency. If you ever step into Room 5 at Lawson, I can pretty much guarantee you that you'll find Vince smiling upon your arrival with a warm greeting, lending his team by example and guiding his fellow interventionists in identifying solution-based thinking, guiding and implementing strategies and supports for student needs. Vince shows his dedication to his work and his punctuality, great attendance, willingness to collaborate, and his ability to adapt to all different situations, all with a big smile on his face. The devotion that he exhibits is simply incredible and influential to us all. It's as if no problem exists in front of Vince, as he can tackle them all with a smile and patience. It's truly a pleasure being able to work with Vince. And on behalf of CAP, I want to commend him for his hard work and commitment to go above and beyond. As we see each student progress, it's evident how much thought and effort goes behind the scenes that Vince and his team does for them each and every day. And before I continue, I'm going to let Roxy, his direct supervisor, say a few words.
Good evening. I just wanted to echo what Gigi said and what the nomination said as well. There is no way that that room is running as efficiently and as well as it has without Vince there. And we are always grateful for his energy, his presence, his leadership by example, and he's a valued member of CAP and always will be. Erin, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to make sure that everyone knows he's not just part of CAP at Lawson. He is part of our community, and he doesn't always just work with CAP kids. Yes. We have some other students who really have needs, and he is always there for them. And you are so appreciated.
I guess if you have an opportunity to say a few words, if you like, it's totally optional.
Just wanted to thank everyone for just their support. You can't do it by yourself, so really good support system from everyone, all my coworkers, admin. I love the Lawson community. Just appreciate it, the opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, yes. A few items for you, small token for appreciation for the students and other members of the community prior to the here. So we have something in the envelope, you can open it and find out what it is. Certificate from the district, which you can open too. And then basically this is from our assembly member, I don't know, so then we'll get a picture of it. Okay. All right. Okay. Moving on to item section 3. We have 2 public hearings today. So I'm moving on to item 3.1 is a public hearing on our 24-25 LCAP and budget adoption. So I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing right now. Erin, do we have any speakers on this item?
No, we do not.
We do not. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. All right, and then moving on to Item 3.2 is a hearing on the adjustment of school impact fees for residential and commercial industrial development. And again, opening the public hearing. Do we have any speakers on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, well then, closing the hearing. There we go. All right, moving on to item 4, discussion. So what we did, usually we have a discussion section usually later back in the agenda, but because it seemed like there was a lot of interest on the budget, just to optimize folks' time, we decided to move this item up. So the next item, on the budget adoption for 24-25. What I like to do, maybe just me speak to my board members here for a bit for this. What I like to do is we get a staff presentation and then we get clarifying questions. And then we see if there are any folks who like to speak, public comments on this. And then we deliberate based on the answers to our questions as well as public comments. So that's good with everybody? Okay, great. All right, so looks like you're here to kick us off, Chris.
And before they get started, I do want to acknowledge not only Chris and Tina, but the entire fiscal department. I know that they work endless hours at this time of the year to get this budget ready to go. We always have to bring it at least twice. So we try to bring it in you ahead enough time that you can have time to discuss, ask questions, and then we do bring it back for actual adoption. And so again, just things as we're going into it, and Chris and Tina will go into more depth, but these are assumptions based on the information that we know. We will continue to closely monitor and listen to see what's happening with the state budget. That does have some effect on our own school budgets. We know that there's been a lot of talk out there with the legislation and Governor Newsom, so we will see what they're going to actually adopt. And so I think that is really important to always remind that we build these on the assumptions on the information that we have. So some of the part of the presentation are shared slides that we have from school services, who we rely on for a lot of information. And then the last part of the budget presentation is really more about our MYP and how we built it. I did also want to do kind of this is our first year as we are looking at shifting into basic aid. We were very fortunate that we actually started some of our negotiations ahead of time. And so a lot was done before our budget was also presented to you. And so that was another reason why we wanted to bring this up kind of the forefront of the meeting tonight, so that perhaps more people would be able to listen in instead of having to wait till late in the evening when we typically get to our discussion items. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris and Tina.
Thank you. Good evening, all, and welcome everyone tonight. As Stacey mentioned, tonight is our first crack at sharing with the board and the community what our 24-25 budget looks like. But let me first and always start with the thank yous. The analogy, again, it takes a village to put a budget together, and it does, literally. I just want to thank just many individuals in some departments. So the process always starts in January, and so a lot of the time at that point in time is working with HR and student assignment and trying to nail down what the staffing looks like. So thank yous to them. And then the really heavy lifting then falls back onto Tina and her staff. So thank you to them to kind of get the budget in this kind of a presentation, and then for the documents that you will be approving next meeting. So I just want to get that out there, is that it takes quite a bit of people, and the process is a lengthy process, but I think we're all working all together, and I think we got a good budget. So with that, just to remind everybody where we are in the process, this is the calendar that we go through. So this calendar actually covers part of the current year and addresses next year. So as we're finishing up 23-24, we will come back to you once we close the books and give you a report at that point in time. That number will be used to update what we're sharing with you tonight as far as the 24-25 budget. But once we get into the 24-25 school year, then throughout the year, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in the form of 2 interim reports. So we'll give you an update in terms of where we are. And as Stacey mentioned, that's the opportunity or the time in which we will update all of the various assumptions. Because you've heard me talk about that when the budget is not just a single year budget. It's a multiple year budget. And so with multiple year budgets, there are multiple years of assumptions. So that's really the key. But really, this is kind of the cycle that we will go through, and it's the same every year. So just kind of just highlighting a little bit about the economics. I mean, you've heard me also say that, I mean, school district education budgets are tied to how well or how badly the state economy is going. So we all know that right now the state is dealing with some deficits, structural deficits. And that's translating into some impacts to us. But for us, I mean, I look at these are the categories that really affect the overall state budget, anywhere from gross domestic product, unemployment insurance, the CPI. A lot of these are all kind of, as we know, we watch the news, there's a lot of slow growth going on in the economy. Unemployment is steady, but yet, California is at the highest. We're at 5.3% unemployment right now. CPI is still high, and that's a measurement of inflation, and so is the Fed rate. And then really the taxes. And the next couple of slides, I'll spend a little bit more time talking about taxes, but these are those big three taxes. As I mentioned on the previous slide, 1% of our Californians pay 50% of the state's personal income tax. So you get a sense in terms of really what is mainly influencing all the personal income taxes. And then in addition to the personal income taxes, there are corporate taxes and the sales taxes. So I want to call out that, this period of time that we're going through is just one of those cyclical changes. Maybe a better way of explaining it. I've been around now since early 2000s. And so we went through the same period of time where the economy and all the taxes, I'll say that all the taxes actually decreased over a period of 1 year because of economic news that was going on. So back in 2000, 2001 was the dot-com bust. The next period of time was 2007, 8. That was a subprime market crash of all the real estate. And then obviously 2019, 20 was coming out of COVID. So you get a sense in terms of what are some of these underlying currents that are affecting the tax revenues for our state of California. And like anything else, I mean, as you can see, the trend over time, the taxes continue to grow. So it's not like it's a really dire situation here, but a lot of the issues that is affecting education is that districts were planning on receiving a much higher cost of living adjustment based off of information that we had back in January and over a period of 6 months. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. It's changed considerably. But just want to talk about just the situation with the big three taxes. In the next 3 slides, I won't spend too much time, but as I said, the personal income taxes they're projected to be less than what the governor was proposing back in January. So each year the governor comes out with his January budget. There was a January budget for the 23-24 year, and now there's a January budget for 24-25. At both of those intervals, what he was projecting as far as what he and the state were projecting as far as personal income taxes were a lot higher than, but now since the May revise, those assumptions are a little lower. Corporate taxes, although it's not a large part, it is trending in that direction. Sales and use tax actually didn't drop. So the one good thing about that is there's a little bit of growth there, but it's obviously not the lion's share of the state's revenues. So those are the big three, and those are the things that the state monitors often, and that's kind of the basis of how they then determine whether or not there's money to fund the COLA and things like that. We'll talk about COLA in a little bit. Just some other things to share out with the May revise. As I start off with, the state is dealing with still structural deficits. The last count as of January was about $70 billion. Fortunately enough, our legislature did take some action. I'll mention that on the next slide, where they took a stab at the deficit and lowered it about 17 billion. But really, I just want to start off. Oops, and go back here. Sorry. So the state deficit we're dealing with, and in the process of helping balance the state budget, the governor is proposing to literally use up the whole rainy day fund. So that is similar to our reserve. So the state has a reserve, and that's kind of referred to as a rainy day fund. So they're reducing that down to address their needs, and obviously not make any further cuts to education. I talked about the big three taxes cutting, and then as I was alluding to, couple months ago, I shared with the board that yes, the COLA was at one point in time as much as 3.93. Prior to getting the May revised information, all of the news we were hearing is that it could have been possibly a zero COLA. And I think fortunate enough that there was a little bit of money to fund the COLA, and we'll talk a little bit about that too. And then there was a debate going on, and it's since been resolved. Part of the governor's proposal as May revised was to address a problem. Now, let me take a quick step back. I'll talk a little bit more about it, but imagine with Proposition 98. Proposition 98 is the mechanism for which it determines what the funding level is for education. Proposition 98, it's not just looking at the current fiscal year. It's actually looking back to the prior year, because really it's making sure that education gets what it's entitled to, because all of that tax information comes in over a whole 12 months. And so it's kind of like a true up mechanism. So Proposition 98, the state has to true up Proposition 98 if for some reason state tax revenues come in more than what was initially projected, and they go back and they give that back to school districts. But then the opposite effect is as well. If it turns out that the state is over appropriated funding for a prior year, they go back and readjust Proposition 98. So this thing about this maneuver, what the governor was trying to attempt to do was deal with an overpayment in a way, or an over appropriation to education to the tune of about $8.8 billion for the 22-23 fiscal year. So we're in the 23-24 fiscal year. So going back and saying education, we over appropriated for you for last year. The governor was attempting to make some way to do that, but I'll talk a little bit more when we get there. But that was the debate. And then, as I alluded to, thank you to our legislature for kind of taking an early stab at trying to deal with the deficit. So they passed AB 106 that addressed about $7.3 billion of the deficit. And I would just say, personally speaking, I think it's a lot of it is just kind of like shifting monies. I hate to use the word gimmicks, but they're using things like deferrals and delaying funding and things like that. I mean, they are doing what they can with what the resources that they have. So I applaud them for making that cut. But two of the things that we got out of that was that in the May revise, in the governor's proposal, actually in the governor's proposal was talking about delaying funding that was going towards further implementing TK, preschool, and all-day kindergarten from a facility standpoint. And there was some additional monies also being budgeted for facilities. With the May revise, the May revise now is proposing that instead of delaying that money that would eventually have come to district, we're talking about now fully eliminating it. So that's really the difference is that we were at one time dealing with, okay, we'll get them money, not now, in the future, and now they're proposing to take it away completely. So those are I would say, the big things as far as the May revise. I'll stop for a second before I kind of get into the next series. Is there any questions?
Sure. Any questions from the board at this point? No?
So far.
No, Satish? No. Okay, I think we can continue.
Thank you. And I would have said earlier, there's a lot more information that we're giving you tonight than we've given in the past. So please, ask us. So I thought we would maybe kind of go through some of the key things, because I think it's always good to remind everybody some of these terminology, because some of it still will apply to us, even though we're moving to community funding, but some of it's important. So as I mentioned, Prop 98, under Proposition 98, there are 3 tests. Test one really is the lowest amount that we would get funded by the state. And this was literally Proposition 98, so that education would be funded no less than 40% of the state revenues. And then there's a test 2 and a test 3. And the test 2 and test 3 are based upon if state revenues are higher than 40%, how will they calculate that amount of money that goes to Proposition 98? and just to let you know, we've only been in a test one scenario, I think 2 times in the last 20 some odd years. We've been mainly in test 2 or test 3. So again, what that means is that the state revenues have been enough to cover more than the minimum 40% that would have been entitled to under Proposition 98. I talked a little bit that maneuver. Again, that was $8 billion that the governor was trying to make the state whole. The good news is, with the support of the CTA, they negotiated a plan to make sure that the Proposition 98 base doesn't get affected, because literally what this would have meant was, by having him take back the 8.8, that 8.8 was going to be taken back from school district over a period of, I believe, 5 years. But when you take money away from the future, each year we get funding on top of each year. So we lose the compounding effect. So that was really the whole point of all this, was that by lowering the base by $8.8 million had a long-term effect if we didn't receive the credit for the base. But the governor is planning to, with what they negotiated, was to recover that 8.8 by, in a way, suspending Proposition 98. So as I was saying earlier, we're going to start hearing these terms again, suspensions of Proposition 98. I would say that suspension 98, although it's bad for education as far as funding goes, it's good from the standpoint of is that we're going to be made whole. Proposition 98, when they suspended, there's written requirements as far as making sure that that money is restored back to districts when the state is able to do that. So really, the thing we all want to know is, although Proposition 98 is going to mean less funding, they will make us whole at some point in time in the future. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on. And then deferrals. There's also the possibilities that the situation could still continue downward. I mean, this is still based on estimated revenue projections through May. I mean, if revenues don't come in still as high, there is still the possibility that the state can also then invoke deferrals. Deferrals, the best way I would explain it is another form of a state IOU. You know, we went through that period of time before where we would get our monthly allotment or monthly apportionment. Well, when they defer it, they put it off for a couple of months. So it's like getting my monthly paycheck. Well, it's like then having the district pay me 3 months from now. That's kind of deferral. So that's the ramifications of stuff like that. Okay, so COLA, I've already talked about this. We were dealing with a much higher COLA back in January. We're now at 1.07. And as Stacy mentioned, you know, as a district moving into community funding, I think we were very fortunate enough from the timing standpoint that this drop in COLA didn't have that significant of an impact to us, whereas all the other LCFF districts in the state, they had a budget back in January with an assumption of a 3.94% cost of living adjustment for 24-25, and now it's 1.07%. So that's, I guess, we picked a good time. We picked a good time. All right. Is this yours? Okay. So building a budget, you've heard me talk about assumptions, and I just want to make sure we provide the caveat that the assumptions that we share with you today, tonight, these are the best assumptions, the best known assumptions that we have at this point in time. We'll get a whole updated set of assumptions when the state enacts its budget here shortly. And then The governor comes out again in January. We'll get a whole bunch of other assumptions, and then the May revise. So you get the sense in terms of throughout the coming year at key intervals, we'll have new information as far as what the COLA is, what the PERS and STIRS rates are, how much funding are we getting for the lottery? What's the CPI index? So some of those things are really what's on this dartboard. So this is what we would call the school services assumption dartboard, and they update this periodically throughout the year. And it's the basis of how we build our budget plan. The COLA, again, just to remind everybody, now we're moving away from LCFF into community funding. Our funding becomes a little less dependent on our primary funding. I'll say that right. Our primary funding gets a little less dependent upon the COLA and more on property taxes. But those programs that are still tied to the COLA are things like special education funding, student nutrition services funding. So there are still state programs that are subject to the COLA, and we will benefit from that. But dealing with only a 1% growth in our special ed funding, you can just imagine that we're falling further and further behind as far as making sure that we have enough money to fund our special needs program. All right, and then the other piece of this is ADA and enrollment. I think we all know that we've been going through some serious decline of enrollment. The decline of enrollment translates to changes with our funding. So the graph, I just wanted to point out that, back with the COVID, back in 2021, the state did not take any ADA numbers. We weren't collecting attendance, but for funding purposes, we got funded for 2021 based off of what we were getting at that point in time. Then we talked about the ADA cliff, because as school districts are returning back to in-person learning, attendance rates were not at the same levels. So school districts alone, if they weren't even declining enrollment-wise, we're going to see a drop-off as far as their funding goes. And that's what I was referring to as the ADA cliff. Us, at the same time, as we were declining enrollment, the cliff was a much bigger impact to us, because we're going to be funded on eventually the lower ADA number. But if it wasn't for the hold harmlesses, so there were two consecutive hold harmlesses during that period of time when we kind of transitioned out of COVID. First hold harmless was we were going to be funded at our higher 21 or 22, no, 1920. We were funded at our 1920 rate for 2021. And then 22-23 was the next hold harmless, where our funding was going to be based off of an average decline. I think if you recall me sharing with the board, is that under normal circumstances, funding for LCFF districts is taking into account those districts that have declining enrollment. So imagine, for funding purposes, if they were to fund us on the current year's funding, if we have fewer students in the current year, we would only be funded that year based off of that number of students. But the challenges with school districts school districts have to make commitments before the kids come in and before we can start counting those kids. And so for LCFF purposes, funding is based upon the prior year's ADA. So it's really to protect those districts that are declining enrollment-wise, so that for funding purposes, they're not going to be asked to be funded or get funded on that current year's ADA number, but the prior years, because the prior year happens to be higher. So that is just one of the safeguards in place there to protect districts that are declining. So I just want to pull that out, but we did benefit from that. we did benefit from that. And then you've seen this before. We're moving from that model of, you know, both property taxes and the rest of the funding made up by the state in the form of state aid, and now moving more towards fully relying on all of our property taxes. This one I won't get into, but this is historical because it's important to know that how we project out our property taxes in the future is kind of based upon the historical trend. So it's important to know how we've been doing in the past and get a sense in terms of how we project forward. We talked about like assessed value growth. So, you know, for the secured property taxes, let me skip over to there. So for the secured property taxes, this next slide here, this is talking about basically that growth factor. So we're projecting, well, as you can see on that line graph, the percentage of growth in assessed value has kind of gone up and down. We're now projecting somewhere close to 6%. We're projecting in our forecast assessed value growth to continue at 6%, but I'm worrying that number could come back a little less because, as I mentioned to you last time, that now by moving to basic aid, the timing of this information comes to us at a different period of time, and literally the property tax information will come to us after the year ends. Whereas COLA, we had a COLA number to start the year with, and then the state's going to make due on giving us that money for the COLA. But now with property taxes, no one knows what the property taxes will be. We won't know until the assessor's office lets us know what's there to transfer to us. So that's why I just want to preface that we're making some property tax assumptions right now, kind of based on that historical trend, but it could still adjust.
I think we could pause and check and see if there's any questions.
Sounds good. Ms. Sylvia?
Thanks, Chris. Can I just, on that slide, the previous slide, just curious about the growth rate for next year is 28%. And I'm wondering could you just have any insight on that?
Yeah, so we're all looking at it's the blue arrow. It says projected 24-25. It's saying that the growth difference from 23-24 is 28%. That's the question, right? Okay, so let me take a step back here. Okay, so this chart here reflects the total amount of property taxes we are getting. It doesn't include what we get from the state. So this is just straight property taxes. And we've used the word ERAF before with the board. ERAF is that mechanism for which other local, state, and county agencies, the state transfers property taxes amongst these agencies, and in a way, they rob Peter to pay Paul. They take from our property taxes, but they make us whole. We get additional state money to offset that. So in 23-24, in the third to last column, you'll see a number. It's a negative 23,434,000. That's the ERAF adjustment. So back to your first question, there is a large increase because this last year, the state transferred those funds away from us, but we were made whole with the state money. The state money doesn't show here. So if you were to take the state money and add it to here, it would be then you can see the normal growth with the property taxes.
So just kind of with ERAF, I think I understood it when we were LCFF, right? Because the property taxes are below our entitlement from the state. And so the state backfills it, so we're made whole. And so we don't really need the ERAF, right? Because the state, we're just given what we're given based on what the funding formula is. But now that were basic aid and the property taxes are what we're relying on entirely without any state assistance, does the ERAF then create a negative impact for us?
Okay, maybe let me try to explain it in a different way. Maybe this helps. Well, I should have said something. I lost my train of thought.
I think you.
Oh no, now I remember. Okay, so when the state uses or leverages our property taxes, they take our property taxes, they make us whole by giving us more state money. We're not receiving any more money than we're entitled to. So what we are entitled to as an LCFF district is a combination of both how much property taxes we have after ERAF and how much more the state gives us. So an LCFF district is going to receive 100% of the funding that they're entitled to. It just means that a little less is coming from property taxes, even though our property tax growth said that you get all these property taxes, but the state then says, okay, we're going to transfer your property taxes and we're going to supplement or make it up to you by giving you directly from the state aid. So again, it only applies to LCFF districts. Once we move out of LCFF, our property taxes are our property taxes.
Okay.
We don't get penalized.
Okay.
Because of ERAF. It's that difference of being a basic aid district.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Satish.
Yeah. I have one question on this COLA slide. We
one?
have the slide number 15.
15?
Yeah, generally about COLA, right? So we said that 1.07%, right? So you said once we get into basic aid, we have only limited items which is applicable for COLA revenue, right? So what is that percentage? How much we would lose it? I mean, what I mean is like, let's say we used to get so much of money as COLA, and these categorical items, when you compare, how much is that? Like, is it in terms of either the full amount or the percentage?
Well, if I understand, I mean, we're not, if we use the word losing, we're not losing any funding. We're not losing any funding just because we're getting more from property taxes and less from the state. But is your question, how much less state money are we getting?
How much, this percentage, typically, let's say you used to get because of, if we were in the LCFF, we would have got so much for the COLA, right? So now because we are moving into basic aid, and you said only categorically, some of the items only we get it, not everything, like the special ed and other things kind of. So what is that percentage? Like
the dollar value.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to pull the percentage, but it's about 13 million. About 13 million of our total budget is coming from the state now. Once we become basic aid. 13 million out of all our total revenue. Yes.
Okay.
That's the minimum state aid.
That's all we get it.
Yes, that's yeah. We're entitled to get that amount. That's all of our state categorical programs.
Okay. I think that answers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Ava.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is the right place of the presentation to ask before I forget, or right place on the agenda. As we're switching to basic aid, are there any commercial and or residential properties that we have that when property taxes go to the state and a percentage comes back to us, that is actually categorized to go to a different school district?
I think the only one you're referencing is the Apple spaceship that goes to Santa Clara.
Or anywhere that our school district boundaries, that the property taxes do not come to us, but
no, all of the properties within our tenants boundaries are subject to property taxes assessment, and we get our share of the property taxes. I mean, we don't get 100% of all the property taxes.
Right, of course, but a part of it. And so we don't have any properties within our school district that goes to a different district then?
It's split between districts. So if the district shares boundaries, and it's split between those districts that share boundaries.
I think I shared some information that was incorrect when we were meeting.
Oh, okay.
We can come back.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
I'll ask a question here too. So I'm wondering about the modeling of the 6% growth in the future. It looks like what we've done here is a linear interpolation of historical growth, but it seems like historically we've had 2, 3, 4% mortgage rates. Now we're in the age of 6, 7% mortgage rates. Is there any reason to think that that growth is still going to be 6%? I guess
That's
nobody knows.
No way to know. No way to know. But that's why I was making sure we had the caveat out there that this information, the assessed value will change. I mean, we'll know more. I mean, we know some information now and the preliminary. The county is going to come back out and give us an estimate for the new year in August.
Okay.
So it's kind of one of those things. I think we'll want to monitor the growth factor each time we come back to you and talk about the assumptions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll go ahead and continue then. Okay. No other questions. Yes.
Let's see. Oh, went to 2022. So we kind of talked about the various property taxes. So there's secured property taxes, unsecured property taxes. And then I've shared this with you in the past. This is really more for historical purposes. I think it's good to get a sense in terms of really what we've been kind of challenged with as far as funding. I mean, this goes back probably when I first started working in education, where, COLAs were very small. But as you can imagine, when we were growing, when we got as high as 19,000 kids, really at that point in time, property taxes really didn't make much of a difference because we were getting all of the funding on 19,000 kids. But as their enrollment has declined over a period of time, property taxes now have been catching up. We've now reached a point where, now let me point out a couple of the lines. So the line with the blue dots is enrollment. So you can see the trajectory we were in terms of growing up to 19,000 and declining and projecting to decline out into the future. The green line just below that represents the entitlement amount. So based off of the numbers of kids and how much we receive per kiddo, you multiply those together and you get your entitlement amount. So that's the most we're entitled to just based on the number of students. But then when you start looking at how property taxes and state aid kind of play into this, up until the point where we become basic aid, the majority of our funding comes through the per pupil funding. And then we get a little bit from property taxes and then the state makes up the difference. We did go into basic aid for a very short period of time. I don't think we really even knew it until the end of the year. That's kind of what happens. Property taxes, final numbers came in, and based off the final numbers, we went into basic aid in 2021 just for 1 year. But then we fell back out of that because of things like ADA. I mean, funding for ADA COLA has gone up. And also too, the implementation of TK. So we were projecting a serious decline of enrollment. We had more 8th graders going out than incoming kindergartners. But then when TK came on board, the TK addition helped offset some of the continued loss with the outgoing 8th grade classes. So I would say TK also kept us out of going into basic aid. And then also, obviously the hold harmlesses too. Right. This hold harmlesses helped us, but then it didn't help us get closer to being basic aid. So that's all I wanted to kind of mention here. All right, so I'm going to turn this part over to Tina.
We'll let Chris take a rest. He's been doing a lot of talking. We're going to dive in now to our 24-25 budget and dive into some of the specifics. So the first slide is a capture of our revenues. So on the left-hand side, you'll see all of our combined revenues that total up to the 226 million, which is what we are currently budgeting for 24-25. And it's made up of all the different sources. So as we were talking about earlier, the state aid, that little orange sliver, that includes a lot of our state-funded programs. But starting at the top, the blue section, that's our LCFF. So that includes the minimum state aid that we were talking about, that $13 million, as well as our property taxes. We also have a SPED property tax revenue that we receive. And then our federal revenues, those include things like our title funding and some of our other entitlements. And then we have our state revenues. These are things like Prop 28, our arts and music, instructional materials, block grants, and those things that come in at the state level. Then we have our local revenue, which includes things like interest, random other kind of loose ends, sales and fair market value, and all those fun things all kind of tie into our local revenue. And then our other financing, that kind of light green, fluorescent green color, those are our contributions or transfers that we do to our SPED and to our RRMA. So those are to help support those resources. On the right-hand side, it's the exact same thing, but it's just represented in percentages. So if you wanted to know what percentage of the total revenues each one of those sources was, it's in percentages and in dollars, so you can see both. Another breakdown of the revenues, just to look at it from a perspective of unrestricted and restricted. On the left-hand side, you have unrestricted revenues. On the right-hand side, you have your restricted revenues. So out of that 226 million that you saw total, 145 million is in unrestricted revenues and 81 million is in our restricted revenues. So again, just as a breakdown for you based on the dollar amounts, so you can see how those are broken down in the revenue buckets. Later on in the presentation, we'll do a few comparisons and look at how do the revenues compare to what we were projecting previously and why have they changed. Those questions are coming up. I promise we're going to get there. Now we'll move into expenditures. So currently our general fund expenditures overall are built at $254 million combined. That's everything. Again, on the left is dollars and on the right is in percentages. So just a quick reminder of the different categories of our expenditures. We have our certificated salaries, we have our classified salaries and the employee benefits. Combined, that's 88% of our 24-25 budget, the salaries and benefits combined. And then we also have our books and supplies, our services and other operating, our capital, and our other outgoing. And we're going to dive into these a little bit deeper as well, but just to give you the overall picture, both in dollars and in percentages. Another breakdown of the expenditures, looking at it from the perspective of unrestricted and restricted. So out of all those expenditures, if you divide them between unrestricted and restricted, about 161 million is in the unrestricted categories and about 93 million is in the restricted categories. So just quick reminder, restricted are SPED, categorical programs, et cetera. Unrestricted is not restricted. And then just a quick note on unrestricted, if you combine salaries and benefits, it's about 150 million on the unrestricted side. If you add up the restricted salaries and benefits, it's about $74 million. So you can kind of get a feel for what percentage, again, of all those expenditures are personnel.
You want to pause and see if there's any questions? That's a lot of graphs.
Are we done with graphs? We have one more, I guess. We have one more pie chart and then we'll go to multi-years. Maybe we finish this one and we'll see that.
You got it. We'll take a pause right after that. You bet. Because that's where I'm stopping and I'm going to give Chris a chance anyway. So it's perfect segue. All right. So a question that continually comes up is specifically around our supplies and services budget. So we wanted to just do a quick breakdown to show you a little bit more about our supplies. So on the left-hand side, you see two graphs. The top left is our supplies. The bottom left is services. So for the 24-25 budget, we have $10 million budgeted overall total in the general fund for supplies. And then we have 20 million budgeted in the other services. To the right is the combined expenditures of everything, just to remind you of what that looked like. And what we're referring to right now is the orange slides, which is the books and supplies, and the teal blue, which is the services. So when we look at supplies, we'll start there with supplies. A lot of times, again, the question becomes restricted versus unrestricted. How much of the money within supplies is in restricted resources versus unrestricted resources? So when you take that 10 million, we actually have 63% of that 10 million is in restricted resources. 37% is in unrestricted resources. And then if you look at the services, we have 55% in restricted and 45% in the unrestricted. I do want to point out one quick reference, bottom right-hand corner, you'll see it says 44% of the supplies and materials budget are unrestricted. There was a typo. It's actually 44% of the services budget are unrestricted resources. And then right above that, 37% of the supplies and materials budget are unrestricted resources. So apologize for that little typo. But it gives you a feel for, okay, overall, our supplies and services and our overall general fund, what percentage of those supplies are restricted and unrestricted, and then of the services, what's restricted and unrestricted. We've also identified for you some of those restricted resources. Fund 7 is our special education. Fund 8 is our categorical programs. And then these resources listed are LCAP, our mandated block grant, instructional materials. Those are all of our restricted resources. So we've listed those just if you wanted to see the breakdown. And now I'll pause for any questions. Perfect segue.
I'll go around. Sylvia, do you have anything right now?
Yeah, I can have a general question. So now we see that kind of our revenue is roughly about 226 and expenses 254. That means around 28 million difference between these two. So 28 million difference. So are we anticipating this ongoing deficit kind of thing? What I'm trying to say is this expenses will continue, or this is the current year expense. I know we are talking about current year, but since we are planning, this looks like it's not a right way, right? Because we are spending more than what we. Right.
No, that's a great question,
yeah,
Satish, and you're absolutely correct. We are currently deficit spending, so that is correct. So the goal would be absolutely to reverse course and slow down and stop that deficit spending. That's not the best way to operate. However, we've received a lot of one-time money over the past couple of years. Okay. So as we're spending that out, that's what kind of caused that deficit spending. But we're kind of tapering down to the end of that one-time funding. And so you will see when we review a little bit later in the presentation, the multi-year projection, you'll see how that shifts over the next 5 years and how that deficit spending is reversed. So you're going to see that in the MYP very soon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. I think for me, I'm curious if I look at supply and I look at services, what are some of the top drivers of expenditure in this area, regardless of whether it's unrestricted or restricted? Supplies, I'm imagining curriculum must be in there. What are some of the big ticket items that tend to drive the expenditure share? If you could just share.
I mean,
or is it just a long tail of just a bunch of
well, I mean, instructionally related, it's curriculum.
Right.
Technology, it's software, maintenance, it's all the stuff that it costs to maintain our schools, clean our schools from custodial standpoint. So it's all of those materials and supplies.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to unpack supplies and services. So some of the things you talked. So for instance, IT goes into services or supplies, or
IT has both
elements.
Both types of expenditure. They have materials that they need to buy.
Okay.
Devices.
Right.
And then services, they contract out services.
Okay.
So contracting the services really is all those non-widget things. So these are services that we're using. Some of the I guess some of the other services that we tend to forget, all those, all of our utilities.
Okay.
All the utilities are there. Property liability insurance is there. Those are large dollar amounts out of that service amount.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. If there's anything else, then you're switching now?
We're back to Chris.
All right.
We take turns.
All right. Good planning.
All right, let's take that deeper dive into the MYP. So Satish kind of helped us kick this off. I found this definition of what an MYP. It's a mathematical model that takes into account assuming a base year as a status quo, and then it projects out future years by modifying that base year in the form of assumptions. So as you've heard me talk about, is that we have a whole litany of assumptions for each budget year we're looking at. And that's the basis of what a multi-year projection looks like. But within those assumptions, there are assumptions for revenues, funding, property taxes, and then there are assumptions in there as far as how we compensate our employees or how we expend those services budgets or supply budgets. So I think maybe just make sure to remind everyone and also those here, our first budgetary responsibility is to be fiscally sound. And so when we do our multi-year projection, we have to make sure that we have the minimum reserve. And then obviously our board has elected to direct us to set aside a little more than the minimum 3%. So the bottom line, minimum 3% for education code for the size of our district. But our board has had the wherewithal to look at having a higher reserve. But that's really all the things that go into really the purpose of MYP, the purposes of defining our fiscal solvency. And so that's kind of why I wanted to kind of start off with that.
And then I'll share a couple of these assumptions, and then Chris will talk about a few of them as well. So as Chris has been mentioning, one piece that is absolutely critical to your multi-year planning is your assumptions. And your assumptions are constantly evolving and changing. And so every budget period that we come to you, we come up with a chart of those assumptions. And then we let you know what things have changed, what things have been updated, et cetera. So just as an example, we talked about the COLA. So if you look third from the bottom, you'll see COLA. For 24-25, you now see it says 1.07. If you go back and you look at previous assumption charts, you'll see all those other numbers that we were talking about, 3.94, et cetera, because that's what we thought at that time. So these are our current assumptions as of right now. So as Chris mentioned, our budget's based on things like ADA. So you'll see about 6 down how we estimate our ADA between now and 28-29. We also include there how we're being funded, because as Chris mentioned, we have the 3-year average that helps with our funding. So you can kind of see what that looks like. We also build in things like step and column increases, because as staff build tenure with the district, their step and column will increase. And so we want to make sure we're taking that into consideration. We talked about property tax, that assessed value growth of property tax at 6%. Is that a little aggressive? Do we need to keep an eye on that? Absolutely. And then the other one I wanted to hit on was health and welfare. So as you know, our health and welfare costs have been going up. And so we have currently built in a 10% increase on health and welfare for 25-26 through 28-29. Now for 24-25, currently right now, we have budgeted our cost that we currently pay right now for plan year, which is a calendar year of 2024. So our cost is locked in, budgeted, and we're budgeted for that cost through December of 24. In January of 25, we will have a new rate. We don't know what that rate will be yet. So that currently right now is not built into our multi-year projection. But as the health and welfare team and Mike and his team start to learn more about those health and welfare costs, we can start to build additional assumptions, maybe at first or at second interim during the year, to make the adjustments that we might need to make.
So just to clarify,
sorry.
So at the current plan rates for the 22-23 year, we have budgeted 23-24, the plan year. We've budgeted a whole 12 months. We budgeted a whole year at that rate. But as Tina mentioned, we will go through and get new rates as of January 2025. And so that increase has not been projected yet in the current year budget. But we are budgeting as though the current rate remains the same through the whole year. So just want to stop, make sure people understand, because I don't want people thinking that, well, are you budgeting or not budgeting? We are budgeting for the health benefit costs of all of our employees, but it's not taking yet into account what the new rates will be as of January. And that would be just for the remaining 6 months of the school year. Okay. Right, Tina.
Just the last couple, I was just going to talk about, Chris mentioned consumer price index. So that we typically use that for a couple different things, adjusting our lease rentals on our leases, et cetera. So the CPI is an important one that you keep an eye on. Our STRs and PERS. So we want to make sure our benefits are appropriately budgeted. So as they make adjustments, we make sure we make our adjustments. And then I'll let Chris talk about some of the other key assumptions.
Okay. All right, thanks, Tina. So I want to go over these key assumptions on the far right-hand side, but I just want to preface that when we move on to the next slide, when we go back and look at the multi-year projection, I keep going back to what Satish was asking. So when we look at the numbers over a 5-year period of time, right, there's going to be the ebbs and flows with what's budgeted there, and those ebbs and flows are tied back to this table here. So we are projecting staffing based off of the number of students that are in our projection. So as enrollment changes from one year to the next, staffing may go up or may go down. So that's a variable as well that changes, either contributes or contributes towards that deficit. So that's the sense I want to make sure you understand, is that we've built into our multi-year projection those assumptions, and Tina mentioned the big ones, but I want to highlight some of the key ones, because these key ones are really the things I want to make sure we call out, because some of these things we did to help make finding a way to compensate our employees, but at the same time giving you a budget that hopefully you will feel comfortable with, that we are able to at least have a reserve significant enough to cover it. So I just want to pull out that in our budget assumptions for 24-25, we went ahead and, well, one were basic aid, but one, we are presuming now a 3% salary increase for all of our employees. So in that bucket that says certificated salaries, classified salaries, and the related benefits, those buckets are increased by roughly 3% to account for a 3% cost of living adjustment right now built into the budget, right? We also have assigned the value of about 1%. 1% for all of our employees is about $1.8 million. So we have a contingency there for a total of 4% built into the budget in our MYP. So I want to stop there for a second and make sure if that's clear. That's an assumption that we are building into our budget. In the past, we normally don't build salary adjustments like that into the budget. We usually wait until the conclusion of negotiations. Any question?
No.
Okay.
Ava?
I just remembered that you answered it. That's okay.
Okay. All right. Now, in addition to the salaries increases, as we've talked about, we are deficit spending. And to be able to afford to do this, we've made some other reductions in the budget to make sure at the end of the day, we can bring to you hopefully a reserve level that you would be happy, you'd be comfortable with. So part of our assumptions that we've built into this budget is that first, we have vacant positions, and we're now electing to freeze some of those vacant positions. There's like 14 FTEs that we are electing to freeze. And let me make sure people are following me as far as freezing goes. So freezing means is that no one's lost a job. There's no one being laid off because there's no one in those positions. Those positions have been historically kept on the books, always in the budget. And then you've heard us talk about when we report to you at interim, we have all these positional savings throughout the year. So at first interim, we go back and say, oh, here's a vacant position. We're going to adjust the savings and take that credit then. So in a way, we're kind of taking the credit at the beginning of the year for these 14 positions because we don't feel that we're going to be able to fill these positions because unfortunately, we've not been able to fill them for some time. So that is a large part of the budget assumption because usually we make an assumption that all of these vacant positions stay on the books and we keep rebudgeting it again at the beginning of the year. But then we usually have to wait till the end of the year to say we have now money to do things with. So really the change in our practice here is that we've frozen those 14 positions. It's about $980,000 of right. Those would have been ongoing expenditures in the MYP. But we've taken that out, and now it's helping to go towards that 3 or that 4% rate. So I'll stop for a second and see if there's any questions on what we're doing here.
Nope, doesn't look that way, but I'll bet the next one will have questions.
Okay. Okay. In addition to freezing these 14 positions, this alone wasn't enough to be able to structure our budget. So like everything else, we've looked at trying to tighten our belts. It was prompted by those discussions that we've had about all of these monies sitting in supplies and services and things like that. So we took the approach and we've communicated to all that, we're reducing supply budgets and services budgets, just those buckets. Again, it's not people, it's supplies and services. Mm-hmm. So for the departments, we're reducing most, if not all departments by 20%, especially those that can. There's going to be things like utilities, we're not going to be able to reduce by 20%. So I just want to make sure that people understand that we've reduced all of those budgets that we feel that we can. And so in addition to the 20% reduction of all the department budgets, we did not, unfortunately, leave the schools untouched. So we've asked the school, we've informed the schools that we will be reducing their discretionary allotment that we give to them from the general fund by about 10%. So I'll stop. Those are the main things that are used to build our budget.
And maybe I can answer a question before it's even answered there, because I think that may be part of it. In addition to the money that we give the school sites out of the general fund, there are other funds that they receive through our LCFF, and that is not included into this amount here. This is just strictly our discretionary funds that we give them every year.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate definitely the finance department in really looking and seeing where we can tighten our belt and make sure that our staff are appropriately compensated. I just want to make sure in terms of the positions and the reductions, what's the direct impact on students? If whatever that 20% is, and I know we've had a conversation about if they're still getting other funding, but if you could just spell that out for all of us, what kind of...
So examples of some of that reduction under the 20% departments, it would be looking at conferences, looking at PD that staff attend, there'd be reductions in that area. Sites would still have the discretionary, even though their dollar amount is reduced 10%, what they spend that on is still at the site's level. In regards to the positions, as Chris shared, these have been vacant positions. There are probably positions that, yes, we've identified we need, but we have not been able to fill them over a significant amount of time. And so we've just carried these. And so, at some point we need to acknowledge we have this money sitting there. We're not filling it. We're not solving the problem with staff because there's nobody in there. This money could probably be better used, and we may need to find some other creative ways to fill the needs. And under that, there are BIs, there's AIs, there's noon duties. Those positions have just sat there empty, so they haven't benefited students as is.
I think it's also make sure we also say that it's not that we're doing this because we're saying that the work is going away. The work is still there. So that's our acknowledgement.
So this 10% of school discretionary budget, reduction. So what typically it could impact, because we give certain amount to them, to each schools, and 10% means like roughly about like 2 schools worth of money, right? But we are roughly out of 20 schools if you take it. So that is going to be reduced. So how is it going to be impact, or how it is going generally used, and what's the impact?
Yeah, that would really be dependent on the site, on what they use their discretionary money for. You know, traditionally sites have had carryover money. They don't spend all their money every year. So I don't know that it'll have a significant, it will have some impact on them. They may have to, you know, some of that discretionary money, sometimes they use it to pay adjunct duty to their staff to do certain things. They may have to really look at that. I don't know, you know, if they're spending it on certain supplies that they may have to relook at what they're buying on some of those supplies.
Is it a significant saving in terms of approximately? It's like what?
We don't want to guess.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be wrong.
Okay.
And
Then,
what's significant, so.
Yeah, we can have that information when we come back.
Yeah. And okay, the last one on the same thing, is it restricted or unrestricted, or it is a mix of it? Typically the school discretionary budget.
I'm sorry.
The school discretionary budget per site basis, is it restricted? Does it come under restricted or unrestricted?
This is the unrestricted.
Unrestricted.
Okay. Anybody, did you have any?
So far, no.
Okay, I'll go first and then you can see. So so first of all, thank you very much for outlining the assumptions in the model here. I think that really helps to just get clarity across, you know, all the different folks looking at this. What I'm wondering about is about revenue growth in the future, right? So we've talked about there are different elements of the revenue. The largest portion that's based on property tax, we're modeling at 6%. You talked about the categoricals from the state, which is only 13 million. So it's maybe it's less than 10%. That's 2%. So I'm just wondering, at a sort of big picture, if I were to ask you, what's our outlook for revenue growth for the next 5 years? Would it be fair to say it's less than 6 because some of the components are less than, it's like sitting on 1 or 2, but it's not so big? Would it be fair to say that I should expect revenue growth overall of the entire pie of 5 to 6%? Does that seem like a reasonable assumption?
I think if we're looking at the entire pie.
Yes.
Not
all the different elements that come to it.
Because within the pie, each one of those wedges could grow at a different rate.
Right.
So property taxes are going to increase at a certain percentage.
6% is what we're modeling.
The state monies will be factored pull-up.
Right.
The other things besides property taxes and state revenue are federal dollars.
Okay.
So all the federal dollars, kind of the same thing. It's one of those, we don't know how much we get until the federal government apportions, but we generally, for budgetary purposes, presume that we're going to get about 80% of what we got in the current year. So we're already factoring in a reduction in federal revenue, but then when the money comes in, that's kind of when we come back to you and say, we have all this more federal money that we're going to now put back in the budget.
Okay.
So there was the state revenue, the federal dollars, property taxes, and then other local.
Right.
So we no longer have the parcel tax. That was our largest local revenue source. Now we're mainly just, in this case, our donations.
Right.
So monies that our parent community and the businesses are donating, that's the other part. So when you look at what can we control, we don't have any control over donations. We don't really have control over any of those. So as far as overall growth for the total pie, I would look at it probably from the standpoint of total revenue. So in the budget,
I just ran it right now. It's about a 4% growth year over year.
4%. Okay.
About 4%.
So we're modeling big picture 4% growth year over year. Okay.
Yeah.
Based off of all those
and understand that there are uncertainty and all this. And so these numbers look, incredibly precise, but I know we have it down to the dollar, but I do understand it's not that accurate because of all the different components. But thank you. I was looking for that, about 4%.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And Sylvia.
I actually had kind of the opposite side of that coin question. Because I'm looking at the numbers for the entitlement for 24, 25 and all the rest. So these are the formula numbers for LCFF, right?
Oh, yes.
But then if that's our entitlement, how much more money are we actually getting per student now that we're in basic aid? So I guess it's similar. Is for example, is what we're getting next year under basic aid roughly 4% more than what we get today? Or is it kind of like, do we have to move?
No,
we have to get up to 4%.
Let me see if I understand the question. So how much more money are we getting per student?
Right.
As far as funding goes?
As far as funding goes, using
basic aid
right.
instead of the LCFF model.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we'll come back and get that exact number because we do have that number because really the per pupil funding amount is our total amount based on number of kids that we have right now. So
yeah, I have it. We just don't have it with us.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to make sure everyone understands that just because we're in basic aid doesn't mean we suddenly are flush with cash, right? We're in that category of barely basic aid. So I imagine like if this is the line, if this is the bucket in the previous explanation, and then there's a spillover bucket, that spillover bucket is certainly not as high as what
you are correct.
Like it's like slide 18. Like the spillover bucket there, it is not that high, right? It is like this high in terms of spillover right now.
We have like a trickle.
Yeah. Okay. And then like just curious in terms of like are we actually at 4% immediately, or do we have to work up to that?
We can provide that data.
Great. Any other questions from the board at this point? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So let's look at the multi.
One. All right. Let's take a look.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. All right, so here is our multi-year. So I'm just going to do some orientation to the chart first, and then we'll kind of dive in a little bit more. So overall categories on the left, we've got 5 years in our MYP, starting with next year, 24-25, and going all the way through 2028-2029. The first pink box on the top that's highlighted pink, that's what we're calling as our beginning fund balance. So that's what we're projecting right now as the beginning fund balance at the beginning of that fiscal year. So for 24-25, our current projection is that we'll be starting with a beginning fund balance of $62 million. We're going to dive into that, I promise, but I'm just going to orient you overall to the chart. The next section on the chart is our revenues. So as we've been talking about, the different funding sources of revenue that we receive, and they add up to that $226 million. So that's where you can see over time, 24-25 and moving on, revenues increasing at about a 4% rate overall from each of the years. So you can kind of see our revenue growth and where that's falling. The next set of box is our expenditures. So as we mentioned, all of the categories of our expenditures add up to our total expenditures. And for 24-25, that was that $254 million. So to Satish's comment, he mentioned, well, wait a minute, you have $226 million in revenue and you have $254 million in expenditures. Your expenditures are way higher than your revenue, or what we call deficit spending. So revenue less expenditures is a negative net of $28 million, which then leaves us with, at the end of the year, you take your beginning fund balance, you add your revenues, you subtract your expenditures, and then you have your ending fund balance at the end of 24-25. So we are projecting that ending fund balance at approximately $33.8 million. Now, we're gonna dive into those components of the ending fund balance and what is in there. We're gonna dive into that. So I'm gonna hold on to that for just a minute. But the bottom box, the components of ending fund balance, that's basically that remaining ending fund balance of $33 million. Where is that being held and what is it being held for? And we're gonna dig into that.
Can I add? So as we talked about those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets from the previous slide, those key assumptions, that's reflective in the 24-25 budget. So the amount of deficit spending of $28 million has already taken into account the reduction of those items there. It would have been more if we kept those in the budget. I just want to make sure that people understand how that deficit number gets manipulated in this case, because we've reduced those expenditures in the current budget, but only able to get it to this point. All right.
And then just continuing on, if you, going back to Satisha's comment about the deficit spending, if you look at our revenue less expenditures across the next 5 years, you see our deficit spending does decrease. So our net is negative 28 million for 24-25. In 25-26, we have a negative net again of about 10 million. And then in 26-27, we're just shy by about $1 million of that kind of break even point. And then in 27-28, the ship gets turned around, and then you're starting to have a negative net balance again. So currently right now, this projection based on all the assumptions that we've talked about and at what we know as of right now, this is what we're projecting how that ship is going to sail over the next 5 years. So let's pause there and see if we have any questions.
Okay, anyone with questions to start with? No. Ava, do you have anything?
No.
Okay. Gosh, surprisingly,
I want to just add one more thing again. As we talked about the level of deficit spending reducing over a period of time, the question is, how is that happening? So how that is happening is that we have built in revenue increase projections for property taxes. We've built into our 5-year budget a growth factor for property taxes. So this is what that modeling looks like. If property taxes come in more than what we've modeled, great. If it comes in less, not as great.
Okay.
But this moving out of deficit spending has 2 or 3 contributing factors. One, the revenue projection growth, and right now the presumption that these 5 items that I identified in the previous slide are ongoing reductions.
Okay. Maybe I'll just start with, I'll see the pot here with a question here. So I'm again looking at trends, and so when I look at the expenditures, right, the top 3 items there on the salaries, on the benefits, that goes up over time, and because of cost of living, et cetera, that I get, and plus we haven't built some of the future ones in here. What's interesting for me is that then the services supplies, that actually goes down over time, and I can see there are 2 factors at play here, right? One is with fewer students, but at the same time, things are also going to cost more over time. So are we saying that sort of those 2 forces, the decrease in the number of students is greater, such that even though we expect we have a CPI adjustment in there, even though servers are going to cost, well, maybe servers actually don't cost more. I don't know what's a good example. Textbooks or something cost more. The fact that we have fewer students, because what I see here is sort of a trend. We're modeling a trend where these sort of non-personnel expenses actually go down over time over the next 5 years.
It also includes the spending of one-time funding. So as I mentioned earlier, we have those one-time funds, COVID resource money that was given to us that we've been spending down. The next 2 years, we have a continual spend down of that. And so you will see decreases based on that as well. Okay. So as those funding sources, we spend those out and use those overall, then your supplies and services will decrease. So I would say it's a combination of both of those.
Okay. But that is promising to see, to see there's that sort of a deflationary factor on our expenditures on those not really growing as much as so thank you. Okay, Abel?
Oh, I did have a question. Going back, you don't have to go to slide, but you talked about having 14 frozen vacant positions. Were they mostly like special education teachers or?
No certificated staff. These are all underclassified. There's some under BI, some IA, some noon duties, a small percentage of an FTE of 6.
Okay, maybe it's because I'm looking at like the authorized FTE summary, and I see for the regular classroom teachers, it's about 14, negative 13.667 difference, but I'm assuming some of them may be people like retiring or something like that. So
I believe you're looking at just one fund. So,
yeah, that's the general fund.
Is that the?
But I did the summary of all the regular teachers on all the funds, not let's see. Putting special education, no, it's just the regular teacher in Fund 8 category and Fund 1. And yeah.
This one up.
This is the
Okay, and
then I did include the special education teacher because they are certificated.
So when looking at just the same line item,
yeah,
classroom teachers, right?
Yes.
We're looking at that. We're looking at the different funds. So in Fund 01, it shows a difference of 12, right?
I think
no, sorry.
difference is
It's difference of
16.
Difference of 16.
6, 7.
So, so let me just draw your attention to a few things. Okay, so starting with Fund 1, under School Technology Specialist sits that negative 0.25 is one of the positions. So remember we said FTE equivalents. So that right there is that negative 0.25 is one of the positions. But these are positions that are folded into along with other things. So you are correct. The behavioral instructional assistants are under Fund 7, special education. That is where you will see those. That is correct.
I think if I understood the question, she was inquiring. She noticed that there were changes in FTEs for teachers, but overall there was not any reductions of certificated positions. What you see here is that we've shifted positions from one fund to another fund, but there should have been no reduction in certificated positions.
So what we tried to do with the certificated is shift them out of the general fund to free up that money. And so we're paying for more of them under some of our LCFF funds.
I thought that was the question you were asking, but if not.
That was helpful.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, multi-year? Sylvia.
It's been a while since we've kind of had to see the red. Thankfully, because of the one-time funding that we've had and the 8% COLA that we got. So I'm trying to go back 4 years to when we were looking at kind of similar colors on our MYP. So just kind of as a refresher, we have to turn in the 3-year to the county. But even though we're in deficit spending, we're still in compliance because ultimately we still have enough in the.
Ultimately, the county is going to look at whether or not you meet your minimum reserve requirements. However, they will comment if they look at your multi-year projection and you're projecting a deficit spend that continues to grow. They will call it to our attention.
I have one question. So 24, 25, we did a lot of key assumptions and especially on the reduction perspective, 20%, 10% and so on. So the multi-year things, are we continuing with the same assumption for the future years or 20% reduction and 10%?
That's ongoing. We've projected it ongoing.
So there's not a one-time kind of.
It's not increasing 20 and another 20. No, it's the same 20.
Same, yeah, that amount has been capped to that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. And move on to the deltas here.
Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge Aaron and Superintendent Yao and Chris. We sat down and brainstormed and tried to think of what would the questions be that you guys might have, that the community might have. And what we tried to do is put together a presentation that helps to address those so that we can make sure we've got all the information for you that will be as most helpful to you. So the first question that we came up with that we thought is important to review is, okay, so what's changed over the past 12 months? So on the next slide, what I would like to review with you guys is we have done a side-by-side comparison of the multi-year projection for the fiscal year of 24-25 from 4 different periods in time. So all 4 of these are looking at 24-25. The first one, the blue column, that was back in June of 2023, a year ago, what we projected was going to happen in 24-25 based on assumptions that we knew back at that time. The lavender column is at first interim, October of 2023. We updated the fiscal year of 24-25 again with new, updating those assumptions with new information. We updated and said, okay, here's what we think is going to happen for 24-25. Then you go into second interim in January of 2024, and we say, do we do this all over again? What are our updates on our assumptions? What do we think is going to happen for 24-25? And then we do that again right now, where we're at right now, June 30th, 2024. Where do we think we're going to be for the 24-25 fiscal year? So the first thing I'm going to draw your attention to, and then I'm going to draw your attention to a couple things and then pause for questions. We will dive deeper into some of these as well, but I want to draw your attention to a few things. So the first one is top line, that beginning fund balance. So back in June, a year ago, we thought, okay, our beginning fund balance is going to be $41 million at the beginning of 23-24. Over time, that has shifted to now we are currently saying our beginning fund balance will be $62 million. You're going to say, wow, that's a big shift. Why did you shift that much? And we're going to dive into that in the next set of slides. So hold that question. Then you'll be able to see on the salaries, for example, as Chris mentioned, we did not add in that 4%, 3% salary adjustment until June of 2024. So you go back and you look at, we adopted, adopted budget, June 30th, 2023. This is what we thought our salaries would be in 24-25, but that did not include that 3% salary adjustment. So when you look at what we thought a year ago to what we see now, one of the big differences are those assumptions. And one of them, which is really big, is that 3% salary adjustment that is now included in our expenditures as of right now. The other thing I want to draw your attention to, and Chris mentioned it, is 3% of the salary adjustment is built into the expenditures. And then in the components of ending fund balance, which we'll dig into deeper, there is a 1.8 million, which is approximately 1% for an additional 1% salary adjustment that is assigned. So we've got 4% salary adjustment built into the 24-25 right now that we did not have a year ago. So there you can see how over a year of looking at this, how assumptions change and things change, and that's how it gets modified and tweaked. So I'll pause there for a moment.
Any questions?
I can ask one. So I think I'm just comparing Jan 31st to now, right? Last 6 months.
Yeah.
That's a pretty, I think, forget the older ones because a lot of stuff has changed. So in the last 6 months, if you take it, the revenue projection is almost same. That's pretty good. Okay. We did not have much of both at 226. However, the expenses, in spite of having this reduction, still it shows from 243 to 254. What was the reason actually?
That's that 3% salary adjustment that I was just talking about. So if you look at your certificated salaries and your classified salaries, the big jump is between those two primarily is the addition of a 3% salary adjustment that is now added in that was not in there back in January.
Okay.
Yeah. Satish, can you repeat your
I think she answered, but I can repeat that. What I was saying is like your revenue projection looks pretty good. I mean, it's more or less accurate, right? Only the expenses, it increased in spite of having the cuts, whatever we have taken out, right? I know. So that was my concern. Not concern. That's a question.
Yeah. So you are acknowledging that back at second interim for 24-25, that budget model at that time made no assumptions as far as those reductions that we have. And also too, it does factor in that there were those categorical monies that were budgeted about 11 million that now are sitting in the ending fund balance. So maybe talk a little bit about that shift of 5 million to 16 million.
You bet. If you, let's move down to the components of the ending fund balance. I keep saying we're going to cover it. Might as well just dive into it now. So if you look down at the bottom of our ending fund balance, at January, we said we would have $23 million at the ending fund balance. You'll see if you scroll down, the restricted categorical carryover was set at about $5 million. So what that is that is restricted resources that have remaining monies in them that we're going to be carrying over into a future year. So in January, we made an assumption that we'd be spending down more of those resources, and we would only have 5 million to carry over. Now, if you compare that to what's happening right now, you'll see we have in restricted categorical program carryover, we now have $16 million in restricted carryover. So what we did is we removed some of those expenditures that were in your January, and we've moved them now to be in that restricted carryover. So that's why you also will see that shift as well of money between January and June. That changed things as well.
So maybe to add to what Tina said, that at second interim, we were making an assumption that we were going to be spending all but 5 million of those categorical funds at that time. Now that we are closer to the end of the fiscal year, we know we're not going to spend, we aren't going to spend that whole $11 million that we were projecting to spend in those restricted programs. They are now reintroduced back into the budget, but they're not showing up on the line items for supplies and services. We're showing it at that restricted reserve balance. Once we determine that we will spend those dollars, that bottom number gets smaller and the top number expenditures gets bigger. So the money is just shifting between the fund balance and whether we're going to budget it to actually be spent in the fiscal year that we're talking about. Does that help?
Yeah.
You'll also see, I think, as they go through the slides and they come back to showing the MYP, you're going to see the difference in this restricted funds for the 25-26 school year too, where the dollars are spent. We're going to be spending them in 24-25. That was, again, how we were able to shift some of the money around to free up some money, moving things into restricted spend. Some of the items under there, we were originally going to spend out over 3 years. We're now going to be spending in a much shorter period of time to cover costs. I think the other one, I don't know if you also want to reference or talk about on the expenditures, is the shift in the healthcare from second interim too.
Actually, that's a really important one. Thank you very much. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. So we're now kind of comparing back a year ago. So if we go back to a year ago for 24-25, at that point in time, we didn't know what the new healthcare rates were going to be increasing for the plan year. And so what we were budgeting was what we had at the time. Now, if you want to compare a year ago to now, there's about an $8 million difference just in health benefits. And that's primarily because of two things. One, the healthcare rates have increased. Actually, three things. The healthcare rates have increased. We are paying more for our employees. And some of our employees who had elected to waive their benefits have come back. So that's really the big increase. If we were just only looking at what was the budget a year ago just for health benefits, that alone was $8 million increase to the bottom line, and it's ongoing.
Hers was increasing too.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you for being here the whole time and explaining. I know it takes a lot of effort to be talking for a long duration. So I agree with Satish looking at the last year budget. I just want to recap the expenditures in the green, June 30th, 2024. The adopted budget For certificate salaries, classified employee benefits, you all explained that include the 3% raise. Is that correct? So going with that, I've noticed there's a significant decline of $5 million from books and supplies. And then services and other operating went down $7 million. I'm thinking that those weren't really needed in those budgets and was able to kind of help use those for other expenditures.
So remember the changes. You may take your.
I'll take it. I'll take it. So, so Trustee Chow is inquiring about the changes between supplies and services by about 5 million and about 7 million in this in services. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, that roughly $12 million of reduced expenditures in the budget are a lot of it's accounted for in that increase in the reserve balance for those categorical programs. So as I was trying to explain, maybe I didn't do a great job here, but as a second interim, we made an assumption at that point in time that all of those one-time dollars were all going to be spent by June 30th. Now, as we get closer to closing the books, we know we're not going to spend all those funds by June 30th. Now, we're either going to spend those one-time dollars all in 24-25, or some of it over 24-25, 25-26, and so on. So what we literally did was we just moved those monies that were earmarked specifically for those programs and remove them from the expenditure. So it does give the appearance that we are spending, and it's true. We are spending less in those categories, but all I'm trying to say is that the lion's share of that is still tied back to those restricted programs. So those expenditures will come back to the budget in the form of an expenditure at some point in time, whether it's all in 24-25 or some of it in the out year.
And I may, if I may, if we look at the next slides, each of those areas are broken down into with a question. So some of your questions might get answered as they go through these following slides.
Is it okay? If it's okay, we can.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and continue.
I can stop at any time for additional questions. Okay, so one of the questions we said was, well, your beginning fund balance went from 41 million to 62 million. How did that happen? So in order to understand how the beginning fund balance shifted, you have to understand what it's based on. And it's based on how we're ending 23-24. So I'm going to start on the left. We were saying our beginning fund balance back at second interim was going to be 41 million. Those are the peach columns on the left-hand side of the chart. The green columns, the $62 million is what we're saying our current beginning fund balance would be. Those are the green columns. So you're able to see in the unrestricted and the restricted by fund what those shifts were in beginning fund balance between what we said back at second interim and what we're saying now. So what changed in 23-24 that led to higher beginning fund balances for 24-25? So that leads me to the chart on the right, which is now we're talking about 23-24. So you have to switch your brain to stop thinking about 24-25 and now think, okay, now we're talking about current year right now. How are we going to end right now? Same colors, same assumption. The peach bars are what we said at the second interim phase, and the green bars are what we're saying now. So let's start with the first column, unrestricted revenues. We said 132 million, and now we're coming in at 145 million. So that's an increase of $12 million. So the majority of that has to do with our entitlement and adjustments that are being made with property taxes. We're constantly reevaluating those projections. And so that primarily has to do with our revenues that we receive. The second one, unrestricted expenditures. So now we're talking about expenditures. First one was revenues, now we're expenditures. So we said we were going to spend 160 million, and now we're only spending 157 million. So we decreased our expenditures by 2.7 million. So why? Well, two different things. As we've been talking about, we did have some savings from vacant positions. So that was about $1 million. And then we did have some savings of unspent supply service that either was unspent or that we did not spend on purpose so that we would save it and be able to have it for the future year. So we see an increase in revenue, a decrease in expenditures in our unrestricted. So now let's talk about our restricted, because this gets to that ending fund balance for our restricted categoricals. So our restricted revenues, we projected $87 million, and now we're saying $76 million. You say, holy smokes, that's a $10 million difference. We basically took out $10 million out of the restricted revenues and moved it, as well as $10 million in expenditures and moved that. So we currently, instead of spending that $10 million and bringing in that revenue for that $10 million, we have moved that to 24-25, which then increases our ending fund balance. And then that's why you see the higher categorical restricted fund balance in the MYP. So the other restricted expenditure I want to draw to your attention to, because you might say, well, wait a minute, 10 million revenue, but your expenditures, that's more like, $16 million difference. There is one item, it is a transaction that occurs at the end of the year that has not hit yet. And it's our STRS on behalf, which is part of our pension retirement program. That's a $9 million charge that has not hit yet. So that when that goes in, our expenditures will increase. So that's what that STRS on behalf is, that additional expenditure. So I'm going to pause there for a minute. This sometimes can get really confusing because you have to recognize that how we end 23-24 then sets you up for the beginning of 24-25.
Any questions from the board on this one? No? Okay, we can please continue.
All right. So then the next question that we came up with was, okay, so what's changed in our revenue assumptions between second interim and now? So as Patish mentioned, we took the perspective, typically when you do budget adoptions, you actually compare previous fiscal year to current fiscal year, but a lot can happen in a year. And so you've seen in those assumptions at each interval, a lot of new assumptions have come into play. So we made a distinction right now of comparing assumptions from second interim to what we're assuming now. So you can kind of see the differences. So we're going to look at revenues first. The peach column, the first column is what we said our revenues were going to be at second interim back in January. And the green column is what we're saying currently now. So as you've already mentioned, it's only a difference of $100,000. So it's pretty on target overall. If you look at each one of the individual categories, you can see some little jiggles and some shifts. And you can see why based on the assumptions that are shifting from second interim and then what we're assuming at budget adoption. So just to give you an example, let's take the federal revenues. So you'll see we projected 5.3 million. Now we're saying 4.8 million. So we are decreasing our one-time funding from IDEA, ESSER funding that was part of the COVID package. So we are reducing those a little bit more than I originally planned. And then our title funding, we got word that the title funding from the feds might be decreasing just a tad. So I made an adjustment to that. So you can see as time progresses at each budget interval, how these assumptions adjust. And then that's what causes kind of the jiggle in the numbers. So you'll see COLA is marked here at second interim. It was at 0.76. Now it's at 1.07, et cetera. So you can kind of see how those assumptions shift and how that changes the numbers a little bit.
Any questions on this one? No.
Yeah, that one's pretty straightforward. But let's get into the expenditures, because that one probably has a little bit more. So same question. And same layout. So these are all expenditure categories. The first column is what we said back in January and what we're saying now. So let's just talk through the first couple here. So certificated salaries are up $8 million. So back at second interim, at that moment in time, the assumption we had was we knew we had some vacant positions, so we prorated them for the remainder of the year. So we did make that adjustment. But then when coming now into the adopted budget, June of 2024, we did a couple more things. So we did take a little bit of savings if we had retirees. We applied those step and column increases that I mentioned, a 1.5% increase in step and column. And then this is where we added that 3% salary adjustment. So the increase of the $8 million, that's the description of those variances and how we increase them by that dollar amount. Same thing with classified, very, very similar. As Chris mentioned earlier, what's also in classified is a temporary freezing of those 14 FTE, a savings of about $998,000. So that is another thing that was applied under classified. And then you see your employee benefits, which we've already talked a little bit about, but our PERS is going up. Our OASDI, our state unemployment, and workers' comp all are having increases, small, minor, but it all adds up. We all have increases in all of those. So along with health and welfare, only calculating our current plan year of 2024 and that rate, we know that's going to change in January of 25. We have not built that in at this time. Then you get into your supplies. We've talked about the 10% supply budget as well as 20% department supply budgets that have been applied. And then we've also talked about the services. We did also reduce some travel for conferences, which Stacy mentioned. And so that's also built in there as well. On their capital outlay, the reason for the increase, the SNS kitchen infrastructure one-time funding that we received, that project is getting spread out just over a little bit longer period of time. So instead of spending it all in this year and having just a little bit of carryover, we have a little bit more carryover for that project. So it's just the shifting of that funding to do the project into 24-25. And then we had an increase in some of our indirect cost transfers. So this is a summary of the changes to expenditures from second interim January to now. I'll pause there.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry, Satish Sharma? Okay, please go ahead.
The actuals, will that be coming out, I guess, when we come back in August? September.
Yeah, so we officially close the books, obviously, at the end of June 30th, but then we go through the whole end of year closing. So we will bring to you unaudited actuals in September, which is the final closing of 23-24.
Do you think when we get to that point, if we can see the unaudited actuals, at least from the 5 years prior, to kind of compare, like, how do we end?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
That's it. Ava, so.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one question, which is on the drop in the services, the 7 million. How much of that is sort of permanent spending reduction versus spending that's shifted to out years, just roughly? At a look, is it 50-50, 20-80? I'm just sort of looking for a rough. Do we have a sense for that?
Most of it is the categorical.
Correct.
Some of it is the unrestricted dollars that we cut back from the province.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's the question. The question is how much of that is.
I guess my question is how much of the 7 million is going to show up in out years, I guess, roughly. And
I think we might be able to see it on this.
okay.
Maybe on that unrestricted and restricted slide, it might show a little bit.
All right.
Let me show you this and then we'll see if this helps to answer your question.
Sounds good.
So in this particular slide, what we attempted to do is take a deeper look at the expenditures. Again, same color, same chart, but what we've done is we've taken second interim and divided it into unrestricted and restricted. And then we've taken right now, June 30, 2024, in the unrestricted and restricted. So let's take a look. So if you look, let's take books and supplies first. Unrestricted 4.7 million, and then in the new budget it's 5.2 million. And in the restricted, we originally said 10 million, and now we're only saying 5 million. So now you see a 5 million decrease, and that got moved into the categorical.
Okay.
And then your services, there are some decreases in there too, though. Sorry, so it's not completely, but there are some savings in there too, but the majority of that would be categorical savings.
Okay.
And then services and operating, you can see that as well.
Right.
And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just, so reading this and would it be fair the answer to my question is roughly about half, since half is over in restricted, and I presume those have to be spent on categorical programs, therefore
Correct.
we're not going to cut them there, we're just spending. So it's about half there,
Correct.
roughly. Okay, thank you. Okay.
And I think the other thing that I wanted to touch on here is we also made an attempt, you can see it a little bit, but we made an attempt to take expenditures that were in the unrestricted at second interim, and we tried to get some of that moved over to get that covered in the restricted in 24-25. So let me give you an example. We might have certificated salaries that are falling in the $80 million in second interim, and we've been able to find a restricted categorical resource that can help fund that position temporarily with one-time funding. So we've shifted a few expenditures from the unrestricted at second interim, and we've moved them into the restricted as well. So we're doing a couple of different things. That's why when you look at this chart, sometimes it's hard to see all the individual changes that we're making. But we made a concerted effort to try and find unrestricted personnel, unrestricted books and supplies, services, and try to find really creative ways of covering those, using those restricted dollars for one time. However, saying that, that means at some point in time, those, if we're going to continue to carry those expenditures, they're going to have to move back into unrestricted at some point in time. So this is a temporary kind of shift that we're doing, but we're trying to help kind of stem and make sure that we're continuing to use up those one-time funds in the best, most kind of efficient way possible. And then we will have to restore them at some point.
So let me add to what you just said. Going back to the multi-year, we've spent down those we've shifted from unrestricted to restricted dollars. Those expenditures were shifted over there for 1 year. As we spend down those one-time dollars, they have to be either taken completely out of the budget or moved back over to the unrestricted budget. And right now on our multi-year projection, they're not moved back. They are showing as an expenditure as long as we have those one-time dollars there. So that is one more thing to consider when you look at the multi-year projection, is that we've expended out those one-time dollars, but those things that we're covering, if we want to keep them and put them back, we have to put them back in there with an understanding that it'll go back to be an additional expenditure on the unrestricted budget. And we have one more question in this, I think.
And we started to talk about this one earlier, but this has to do with how come the restricted categorical carryover at second interim changed so much. And so we've already kind of touched on this, but at second interim, we originally said that our restricted carryover would be 5 million. And it was divided into these resources that you see here: ELOP, mental health, and arts, music, instructional materials block grant. And we did not end up spending everything that we had planned on. And so now in the adopted budget on the right-hand side, we have an increase of $11 million. So we have the restricted carryover now of $16 million. And it's in all of these categorical resources that you see here. So this is that $11 million that we talked about of shifting of money that we thought we were going to be using that's now being carried over. So it's important to just understand, and you say, well, what is that? It's important to understand that includes things like our mental health, our ELOP, our art, music, instructional block grant, UPK, Prop 28, et cetera. So there's a lot that's built into that. So that's a big shift.
What is the last one? What is the other one? 2.4 million.
So we have a lot of really small resources that have like 100,000 here or 100. Okay. Instead of listing all of them, I kind of lump them all together. But we have a lot of resources. So I tried to pull out the ones that had the most significant large impact. And then there is a list of a whole bunch of little ones that just have little chunks here and there.
And this also includes, I presume, this school donations.
Yeah, that's over here in the 4.5 on the left. Yes. So that is in here as well. Okay, the last thing, we're getting there. We're almost there. One of the last things, ending fund balance. So when all is said and done with 24-25, the MYP says that we're going to end with an ending fund balance of $33,890,000. So this is as of June 30, 2025. A year from now, this is what we say we're going to have left over. And so sometimes the question comes up, okay, well, what's in that $33 million for that ending fund balance? So the green section on the right is those restricted carryover dollars that we were just talking about, $16 million. We have a little bit that's non-spendable. That's the $367,000. We always have that. That's just an emergency cash and prepaids, et cetera. Yeah, warehouse inventories. And then on the left-hand side of the chart, I'll start at the top and work down. The top section is what we call committed. This is the additional board reserve on top of the 3% that is down below in purple. The committed $7,600,000 is the additional board reserve. The 3% mandated state reserve is down the bottom in purple. So you'll see the 7.6 million down in the purple. So those two combined is what we have currently right now in our reserve. And then the assigned orange, the 1.8 million, if you'll remember, we set aside an additional 1% for the additional salary adjustment. So we already had included 3, we added 1 more. So that would make it 4%. So currently right now, what is in that ending fund balance as of the end of the year, this is how that ending fund balance is made up of. So here's the wrap up. We're back to our multi-year projection. So just again to recap, we talked a little bit about our beginning fund balance and how that's shifted. We've talked about our revenues. We've talked about our expenditures. We talked about that kind of estimated ending fund balance and then what makes up that ending fund balance. We talked about thank you. Between the mandated board reserve, the mandated 3% reserve for economic uncertainties that we're required to set aside. We've set aside the additional 7.6 million for the board reserve. So that gives us a total of 6.02% reserve. So you guys will have to share with Phyllis, this is very important to Phyllis, what our reserve total currently, what we're planning on. Now, just a reminder, under unrestricted assigned, we have that 1.8 million. You'll see that it is not in any of the future years, and we did not move that into expenditures yet. That was an addition that we made just recently. So one of the updates that we will be making in the future is to move that 1.8 million into the expenditures for future years. 3% is already in there. We will need to move that 1.8 million into expenditures and then carry that through the future years. So that will be one of the shifts that we will have to make as we do our next update for you. But as of right now, it is built in there.
And just to add, the 1.8 million that's showing assigned, just to call it out right now, it's just only showing in 24-25. Yeah. So staff and I had talked about it. We didn't carry that number in the out year yet. So we'd like to come back to you next Thursday with a revision for this to account for that extra 1% ongoing. It's truly what we're saying is that we're setting aside 1% of an ongoing salary increase. But right now, because we don't have the ability to incorporate it in the certificate and salary lines, we have to carry it as an assigned balance in the end fund balance. But right now it's showing it only one time. So it is ongoing. So we'll add that and it'll just reduce the bottom line by 1.8. All right. And then we're gonna wrap. I just want to leave it on. We talked about assumptions, right? This whole thing tonight is, I apologize, it's a ton of assumptions. But it's the unfortunate part of all this is that we have to play in that space where we have to constantly kind of make assumptions and update our assumptions because it really does have a meaningful effect in terms of what our financial picture looks like and help us kind of work towards, negotiating and providing resources for our staff. So with that, we'll entertain questions.
All right, any other questions from the board here?
Comment.
Okay, maybe we'll just do the questions first. Any other questions, Ava, did you?
Yeah, don't like seeing red. And I'm looking at the estimates and it's assuming that we're maintaining the same amount of staff. And I was kind of looking and calculating, looking at the FTE report. I appreciate having this report here. And you kind of help explain that we saved some money, about $1 million for 14 vacancies that we were unable to fulfill. However, looking at directors, even though we moved some directors around, there were directors hired. So there was no reduction of directors. Right now, it's around 18.5 directors as some of the different directors from the different funds, excuse me. And then, it makes sense, 23 principals, 23 schools. What concerns me is I am not sure, and it would be good to know from the time in which we closed down Regnar and Meyerholtz, where those teachers, I know there's sometimes when people retire, we don't have to hire as much for the teachers, but it would be good to know, because I'm looking at here for the teacher / principal on special assignment, we actually increased by 1. So now we have, or not by 1 now, but like in the future for the 24-25 budget, we have additional teacher on special assignment where we started with 2, now we are going to have 3. And then I'd kind of like to know, our assistant principals were at 6, and then we increase it by 2. And if we're if we have less kids and we're trying to save money, I don't see any reduction in management.
Well, the question generally is.
So the question is have we made attempts to reduce the management side or consider looking at that? Because we, in general, the number of kids have reduced, and I don't know what the numbers are for how many have retired in terms of absorbing the number of teachers from consolidation. So that's something to consider coming back in fall and looking at those numbers and seeing what can we do to reduce personnel so that we can continue saving money.
So I do think that's a conversation not directly related to tonight's, but certainly one that I know there is some interest to do some relooking at staffing and where our numbers are and do some of the comparison and where we've shifted. We definitely have added management positions over the year. We had gone through several years where we did some significant reductions in those, and we have slowly added some of those back. I think a couple that you did call out, we no longer have the principals on special assignment. We do have teachers on special assignment. That falls under one line. And the other ones are the most recent ones we've probably increased on are assistant principals, where we increased so that Hyde has 2 assistant principals, and next year CMS will also have 2 assistant principals. And that's really been working with the sites and their identified needs that they had on there. So we're happy to come back and, have that discussion and show where that is.
So I guess the question is line items such as teacher / principal on special assignments. Are they different because teacher on special assignments and principals on special assignments?
Completely different. A teacher on special assignment would be a certificated, a principal on special assignment would be an administrator.
Oh, in the line item, it has both of them on.
I'm not sure why it's on the same line item. I don't have it in front of me. But
okay.
I do believe it's.
They're also different. Yeah. Well, we'll check why they've lumped them.
Because they are 2 separate. One is a certificated and one is management.
And one last question. On the general fund in the categorical funds. Communication engagement resource is on general fund, and then categorical programs, it says engagement and communication resource specialist. I'm assuming it's the same position, but it's like they just flipped the names.
It could be a shared position or in front of me.
This is 1-2930 and 8-2930, Ava.
Are they both
Yeah.
full-time positions or are they each is the FTE broken up?
I mean, it adds up to 1.1
This one and this one.
1.5.
So
That's up to 1.5 of a FTE.
So just, I think maybe to help clarify this more. So
Are they the same?
they are referring to the same department
Okay.
because we at one point in time we had our community family engagement department, and now we've revamped that department to be our communications department. So we have the positions that are in that department coded a little bit differently here, and I apologize that it's not clear enough that it's the same ones. So these are I have a feeling that these are the same positions, but they got categorized because they're being used. There's a different object code being used.
That is correct. We do have positions that are split between funds, and so they will show up multiple times.
But the object code isn't the same. Object code isn't applied.
It's right, 2930 and 2930.
How come the definition is different? This says community engagement resource. This says engagement.
So we'd have to go back and look and see if
think
that's two different people or if it's a split position, or if it's repeated the same.
Yeah.
I just want some clear. Those are my questions.
all right, thanks, Ava. There are no other questions from the board then. I'd like to see if there are any public comments on this item.
No, they're not.
Okay, in that case, then we'll bring back to the board for comments. Sylvia, you mentioned one time.
I just wanted to say, this has been on the board for 6 years. This is the most comprehensive budget presentation I've seen. And just thank you for all the work that you did, breaking everything down. Public education funding is so complicated, and it just depends on so many different things, all these different factors that go into it. And I know, like, sometimes I'll talk to parents or people in the community, try to explain how it is. And I'm like, well, it's January, so we can't really know till May. And then, like, you know, now with basic aid, it's going to be even later. And it's just very, very complicated. And I just really appreciate the work that. Thank you.
I just wanted to echo, and probably this is one of the best sessions I enjoyed on finance. Because almost like 2 hours we spend on this, and most of my questions, every time when I see these things, I go home, I start thinking again. But I think it's answered very well and illustrated well, and probably we should have these kind of sessions every year rather than having in between kind of some. This is really well explained and illustrated. Thank you very much.
Ava, any comments?
Ditto, because it is a lot, but the effort that you put into gives further understanding and transparency, not just for us, but for those who are listening, because I know there are people who may not be listening live. They'll tell me they'll get home, and when they do dishes, they'll go to the video and watch. And so I appreciate the time that you took into it and both working on your questions.
Just plus 1 or 3 to all this. I feel like I watched the Avatar movie twice, and very thorough. Thank you. I can just only imagine the amount of work that's gone into this. So thank you for that and anticipating the questions and all that. Great job. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be bringing it back next week for actual adoptions.
All right. All right. Moving on. Item 5 is employee organization. Do we have any speakers today, Aaron?
We do. We have CEA President Kate Lee.
All right. Welcome, Kate.
Good evening, board, executive cabinet. Kind of behind me too. CEA members, all of our CUSD employees, and our
parent, and greater community. If I was in the classroom right now with my kiddos, I would say time for a brain break, and we'd all get up and move our bodies around and, like get the numbers out of our head and maybe sing a song or something. But since we were in a board meeting, we won't do that. But those at home can do that. We all needed that, after 45 slides and almost 2 hours of discussion, we need that kind of break. But at the same time, it was really important. To explain the sudden change to our budget for 24-25. And so I appreciate that and all the work. Here you are. All the work that went into that. However, I do want to address some of the points raised in the budget presentation and discussion from tonight. First, I want to assure all CEA members, all of our parents and community, and all employees of CUSD that CEA based all of our negotiations and proposals on the previous budget and interim budgets of the district that were provided to us by them. Those financials showed that there were funds available for a substantial salary increase this year. Although we started at 10%, we had every expectation that we would negotiate to a lower amount in order to reach agreement. However, the new budget numbers and projections for the 24-25 budget with the potential for deficits, vacancy freezes, department and site reductions were never shared with us or presented to the bargaining team or to me. So please know and remember that CEA would never negotiate anything that would cause significant harm or financial risk to our district. If we are provided accurate and up-to-date information regarding costs and available funds, we will always take that into consideration in our negotiations. So we ask for greater transparency throughout the year and as upcoming years are affected. We also ask that these types of major changes be presented to the Budget Advisory Committee that includes major stakeholders of all three unions, community members, board members, principals, business services, and other district management. It is particularly essential as we move into basic aid now, and I suggest the committee discuss how we can achieve this when we reconvene next year. Further, it is not accurate for the district to paint our salary increase as the sole cause of deficit spending. There are many reasons for the changes in funding, and they did mention particularly the end of the massive one-time monies from the state over the past few years. CEA is concerned about some of the assumptions of the 24-25 multi-year budget. As a special note to all principals, CEA was shocked to see a 10% reduction in site funds. That is opposite of what CEA and the majority of stakeholders on BAC, which is Budget Advisory Committee, recommended. We all advocated to increase site funds, especially given the inflation of the last few years. And yet that's what has been chosen to be cut. Our schools, our students, and our teachers, homes away from home, that need to provide a safe learning environment and materials for all our students and staff. We're also concerned with the freezing of classified vacancies. Classified positions are the people, along with teachers, that most closely work with and help our students, like our instructional aides and behavioral interventionists who were mentioned in these freezes. Our students and teachers are already short of what these essential employees provide. With an increase in pay, maybe those positions will finally be filled. We strongly believe that cutting the site funds and freezing classified vacancies, and I did speak with the other two presidents, CSEA president and CEIU president last night, because neither of them were able to be here tonight. So I'm also speaking for them in this regard. We strongly believe that cutting the funds and freezing classified vacancies are not the right parts of the budget for cost reductions. We would like to see other areas of the budget farther from the classroom and sites, farther from our students, be selected for potential cost reductions. Or those top management salaries that are 2 to 3 times higher than our highest teacher's salary and 4 to 5 times higher than our starting salaries. We're not increasing the current board reserve until this fluctuation from one-time monies, lower state funding, and moving into basic aid is settled. and brings us out of our deficits. Or management delaying the 4% we bargained for our teachers, which they will also receive via the Me Too clauses until we are no longer in deficits. Or look at reductions to management staffing, as Ava brought up, at the district office instead of reductions of employees who are needed to help our students succeed. We appreciate the inclusion of salary increases that will take effect in 24-25. I think that's a great change in how we're doing our budget, and we've suggested it for a while. And this was not done for the 23-24 budget, even though that salary increase was known prior to the budget being proposed. And this is true for including potential increases in health and welfare too. We think that's a really good change. And just to let you know, there was a large increase in that. And when the district came to us, to the three unions, with the possibility of paying for more or even 100% of employee health and welfare, our first question was, what will that increase cost to the district, especially with higher rates on Kaiser? It went up 25% this year. And potential for more employees signing up for coverage. We were told the district was able to take on that cost. And so the salary increase we bargained for this year is not the lone cause of the deficits in the 24-25 budget. So that taken into account, I am pleased to report that today the CEA and district negotiations teams during their last session for the year reached agreement on all proposals. CA folks, you can check your emails with the details and the good news on salary and classroom supports for students and teachers, as well as other compensations for the work we do. The two teams found a compromise that offset the beginning of the year funding situation for the district and the increased salary needs for our teachers, as well as for the district. The staggered beginning and mid-year raises of 3% in July and an additional 2% in January will bring us higher up in the comparative list of salary scales in the Bay Area. This will allow more of our teachers to stay at CUSD and to live in our area, their community where they teach. And CUSD can improve retention of our excellent CUSD teachers and attract new excellent teachers to our district. I want to thank both teams for working together to reach this agreement. I know our CEA bargaining team put in many, many hours, both planning and preparing, as well as at the table. I really support their work, voice, and vision for our members, and I thank them for the time they have given up for this. I also want to thank all of our members who wrote emails, spoke at board meetings, and came to the rally so the board and the district could understand what was important for our students and teachers. I also want to thank the board and executive cabinet for listening, responding, and considering the concerns that CEA members have shared with you this year through our emails and speeches and at the rally. And along with the bargaining team, everybody finding a way to meet the needs of the district amidst this change in the state funds and our move to their first year of basic funding with excess property taxes. CEA always had at the center of our concerns our students, because that's who we are as CUSD teachers. Our red shirts that you see us wear all the time, they don't say, show me the money. They say supported educators equals successful students, because that is our truth. It always will be. And we know all the data supports that. I continue to look forward to continue working together with the district and the board to maintain the excellence of CUSD teachers and education opportunities for our students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming to speak with us, Kate. All right. Let's see. The next item is public comments. So this is a standing item on the agenda for the public to address the board on matters not on the agenda but within the board's jurisdiction. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, we have three.
We have three. Okay. Our usual protocol is 3 minutes. So if we're good with that, let's go ahead and invite them up, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Mark Lowndy.
Almost my bedtime.
Welcome, Mike.
Good evening, board, EC. Been a while since I've spoken to you. You know, you can't turn around without encountering a discussion about artificial intelligence. You almost trip over them. But I'm not going to talk about nuts and bolts. The district has plenty of people to evaluate and choose appropriate tools for our staff and students. I'm going to talk about the bigger ideas, the bigger concepts that I think is critical for this board and all boards to consider. Quick background. I've been working with a statewide group of educators supporting and presenting about AI literacy for teachers for 3 years before anybody even heard of ChatGPT. We can't stop artificial intelligence from eliminating millions of jobs. That's going to happen even if technology is frozen at today's levels. Our challenge as a society is to formulate appropriate public policy to care for millions of people who might have no prospects for employment throughout their entire lives. Elementary students will graduate high school into a much different world. College for them might be decoupled from what we now think of as careers. We need to keep that mindset at some level in everything we do. This is also a generational opportunity to take another look at our profession and take stock of failed philosophies like the relentless emphasis on instruction at the expense of far more effective learning through discovery. AI is kind of like the small boy in the emperor's new clothes. He's revealing to all that the five paragraph essay is not only dead, it was never effective. If we take advantage of this moment, we can remake education. It's not about preventing students from cheating by using AI. It's more about creating lessons where it matters it's about not creating lessons where it matters in the first place. AI has revealed that the emperor of traditional instructionism has always been naked. The profession has no choice at this point but to change. AI and cheating need to be separated as a concept. AI should be a tool outside of the idea of cheating. As long as we conduct education as a process of attempting to get an A, we will continue to have students who cheat. Education needs to be a process in which students are invested in their own learning. In a situation like that, students would never consider cheating because they would never know what their own level of learning is. They would truly believe that they were cheating themselves. With any luck, it's the end of teaching as many know it. We don't have a choice about whether AI is coming. We do have a choice about whether we're going to use this moment as either an opportunity to move away from the ineffective teaching methods of the past century or simply use AI to perpetuate those methods, but just more efficiently. I have a lot more to say about this, and I invite each of you to reach out to me to talk. You all know where I work.
All right.
Thanks.
You can
By the way,
always,
I'm speaking as an individual.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mark. You can always email us at board@cusdk.
I have spoken to at least one of you about this.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Richa Khandwal. If you're in person, please come to the podium or raise your hand if you're joining virtually. Risha? All right, I do not see Risha. And our final speaker is Mortega Ranimor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time given to me. My name is Morteza Ranemun. I have given an offer to purchase Montebello School. I have not received an answer from CUSD yet. I appreciate it if you review my offer and send me your about your decision. I have given my details here on this note. Probably it is addressed to Chris. I'll give it to Chris. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we'll follow up then. Okay, and those are the three speakers?
Correct.
All right, great. All right, thanks. Let's see, the next item is item number 7, superintendent report.
Thank you. So I will keep mine very brief just because I think the time was well spent on our budget presentation, and I think that's always worthwhile. And we are near the end of the school year, and it's exciting to be out at the sites and watching the culmination of the work for students. There's dance performances. But I have Pioneer Day coming up. There's a lot of those events that really, I think, are the result of all the work of everybody, staff, parents, community, and getting to showcase those at the end of the year. With that being said, I know these last couple of weeks we have had a lot of speakers coming to the board, and the board had received a lot of emails. And I continually to want to repeat that we do listen. We do try to accommodate. It is always such a hard balance to make everything fit into what is probably a very small fiscal bucket. And salaries are important, health and well-being is important, materials are important, the student work environment is so important. And so that will continue to always be our priority, is to try to make sure that that balances and all those pieces are met. And it does take a lot of work and a lot of collaboration. And I think about those ebbs and flows. There's days I feel like we may never reach an agreement, and yet then I know that at the heart of it, we are all here for kids, and that is always when we walk out of the room and out of every discussion. At the heart of it, every person in this organization is about kids, and that's what makes us successful and helps us to reach these achievements. And so my thank you tonight is really to everyone. Everyone may not have gotten everything they wanted, but I think everyone got something. And at the end of the day, everything benefits the kids, and that's really what we're all about. So thank you to the board for always supporting and having that vision as well. And thank you to our staff and parents as well.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Yao. Okay, then moving on, section 8, we have 5 information items. First one, 8.1 is review of the CUSD 23-24 Prop 28 annual report. So it's Allison and Nick, I believe.
Yes, Nick, you want to come up to the podium? Yeah. Yep, go ahead, give the overview.
Good evening, Superintendent Yao. Good evening, board. So part of the Prop 28 kind of report is annually we need to report to the board how we are spending the Prop 28 money. It doesn't get into specifics of actual what has been spent in specifics. That's due every 3 years. So what we have, I assume you have it in front of you, is the annual report. Where you'll see what we, for 23-24 school year, we added 3 music teachers, elementary music teachers that were district employed, certified music teachers, so that we were able to expand our music instruction in elementary schools beyond 4th and 5th grade we went 2nd through 5th grade this school year. Majority of the expenditures in elementary school went to those 3 teaching positions. And you can see number of students served. So we calculated that based on the actual students that those 3 teachers served. So there's much more students are getting music instruction than that. And this also includes some of the that's just the 18 middle elementary schools. So we're trying to keep it very so it doesn't show any kind of supplanting. It's all supplemental. So that's just a calculation based on the three new teachers. And then in the narrative part, you'll see some of the expenditures. 20% of Prop 28 monies separated out. 20% of the elementary allocation, 20% of the middle school allocation can go to things like supplies, contracted services, things like that. And so it's not an exhaustive list, but some examples of what was used so far this year. Again, these monies, so the 23-24 monies don't need to be spent down until 3 years out. And as we'll talk about in the next piece, you'll kind of get an idea of how that's spent moving forward. Any questions on that one page?
And I might add as a reminder, maybe just to highlight the work that I think Ed Services did in working with the sites to get these music teachers. We actually implemented and went out and hired the music teachers before we received the Prop 28 funds. We didn't receive the Prop 28 funds till February of this year. And so, we did take that gamble and knowing that we're expecting that money to come, but we really wanted to get out there in front of the rest of the districts and start hiring those music teachers. So we were successful in getting those.
And we really did, because any of the state webinars and things about how to use Prop 28 money, again, for the first half of this year was just, I ideas. And like we had already had a plan that was put in place and executed. And so it's kind of nice to see that we're, as far along as we were.
Okay, thank you. Sylvia?
So just to piggyback on what Superintendent Yao said, like really kudos to the team, to Ed Services for being strategic and planning ahead. We were highlighted in the Mercury News as one of the districts that was leading the way and snatching up the music teachers before the other districts could get them. So really thank you for that. My question is, so there were 3 hired with Prop 28, and then what's the total number?
So all right, we're getting into the next item a little bit, if that's okay. But so we currently have we traditionally had 5 elementary music teachers that served the 18 schools for 4 or 5. We're up this year, we had 8 total. And then our goal is, and we've accomplished this goal, is moving forward for next year, we're going to have 12 elementary music teachers. So 7 will be solely funded through Prop 28, and we'll be able to do TK through 5th grade music on our own without relying on any kind of contracted employees or other organizations to provide that instruction. So certificated CUSD music teachers in elementary school.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's just in continuation to what Sylvia. So what is that at an average of, because there's 3 additions, what is the additional time of music each school get because of these 3 additions? So you said 3 and currently you have 5?
So we traditionally had 5, so only our 4th and 5th graders got music.
Okay,
I mean, we're guaranteed to get music. And then our elementary sites traditionally had to either depend on parent donations or using their discretionary funds to provide music. So we had inconsistencies of how many kids were actually getting music across the district in our elementary schools. And so by adding the 3 this year, we're able to serve 2nd through 5th grade in all elementary schools with general music. And then next year, we'll be able to serve TK through 5th grade at all of our schools in general music.
Okay, I think.
Ava, please.
I do have one question. Can you remind us, how long are we funded with Prop 28? Is there a sunset?
That was voter approved, and so that will continue on in forever.
That'd be great. And I just want to make a comment that I'm glad that we're able to fund the music programs. I know that our Cupertino Education Endowment Fund has in the past put in a lot of money to our education programs so that we generally have more music programs than nearby districts because of the support of our parents in the foundation. And just put a plug out there, anybody who's interested for experience a nonprofit board, SEEF is looking for board members.
Well, thanks, Ava. And just ditto to, thanks for the update and really for jumping ahead and grabbing the music teachers. Aaron, do you have any public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, so if we're okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next item, which I think is the 24-25 plan for Prop 28. So,
right. So, and briefly in summary, so kind of talked about elementary already. We're expanding to a total of 12 elementary teachers. 7 will be fully funded through Prop 28. They've already been, we've been able to hire them. Contracts are signed. So we're a full go for that, which is very exciting. And then in our middle schools, we're going to continue to provide monies for to supplement like material supplies, bringing in vendors to run kind of like after school drama productions and things like that. The 80% of Prop 28 for middle schools, it does need to be towards staffing. And so we're going to stick with the original plan, which was to continue to explore expanding of electives at middle school. There's just some moving parts beyond Prop 28 that influence that around, as far as enrollment and the cost of FTE and things like that. But we have 3 years, and then there is also a potential to apply for a waiver to be able to use more than 20% on kind of like those non-certificated or classified salaries. And so our plan is to explore that in the middle school level as well to see if that's a possibility. We're anticipating a very similar allocation It was almost like 1.6 million, I believe. And we won't know that. So that's why the report you have in front of you is based on that number, which was the allocation we got this year. And so we're, excited to explore the opportunities that we can create for kids with this extra funding. So.
Nice. Okay. Any other questions from the board? No, good. Okay. Do public comments on this?
No, they're not.
All right. Yeah. Great. Thanks, Nick. Great to see. Yeah, the proposition to vote for the actual having impacting the kids. Wonderful. Okay. Moving on to item 8.3. This is the review of the 23-24 federal addendum to LCAP.
Yes, thank you. This is a standard report every year that we do, and the purpose of this report is to outline how we will spend the title funding in conjunction with the LCAP funding to meet the needs of our students. And this is covering 4 funding sources. So Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. And the report is structured to meet the annual requirements. Title I funding, the bulk of that is historically goes out to the sites with the highest percentage of low-income students. So that will occur again this coming year. And also some of the carryover funding that was during the COVID years, some of the funding kind of got stuck for a while when we couldn't spend in the way we normally do. So some of that carryover funding will be used for supporting our intervention programs next year, so we can spend that out. We also directly support some of the support services at those school sites that receive funding, DeVargas and Nimitz. So specifically the additional hours for library media clerks to make sure that the levels are up with the other sites, and also special programs coordinator to assist with the Title I work at those sites. In Title II, this is focused on professional development and includes a variety of things, including our Portrait of a Learner professional development with Battelle for Kids, as well as things like our new Hire Institute and other professional development aligned to district priorities. Title III funds, this is focused on English learners, and there are 2 segments of it. One is English learners in general, and one is immigrant funding. A large portion of that funding now goes to our instructional assistants that support our newcomer English learners. That was newly added a couple of years ago and has been, very well received. We get a lot of positive feedback on that from our school site teams, as well as parent education and other instructional supplemental materials for students. Title IV, I always say this is the one with the lowest amount of funding and the most amount of rules. It has to meet 3 different categories. So the first one is well-rounded student, and we use that portion to support our Project Cornerstone membership. There's also one about effective use of technology, and that supports our Overdrive library. That's our e-library that the kids have access to as part of our school library system. And then the third category is safe and healthy students, and we use the funding to support parent education around student well-being. So we'll be bringing this back to you for approval, but essentially it's just outlining how are we using the funds, how will we monitor the effectiveness, and then meeting the other annual requirements.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Or Sylvia, please.
So for the Title I allocation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the assumption that the funding is connected to the student. Or it follows the student. Let's say if the student goes to a different school within our district, or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's just like it's based on a tipping point percentage of those students at one particular site, and then if so, what is that percentage?
Right. So we state the percentage annually in the plan, and so for this plan, it will be 35% of the school or higher having low-income students. So it's not attached to the student itself, but the threshold is set by the district to allocate the funding to the school sites. So that is how DeVargas and Nimitz have been selected over the years, and we concentrate the funding to provide the support in that way. You are correct, though, that some of the Title I requirements require us to identify students at the school site who will be getting support. And there's something called a parent compact and a collecting of the students who qualify for the support services, and that's part of the program monitoring. But the funding is allocated to the site based on the threshold that's set in the plan.
And then my second question is, there's an allocation to eligible private schools?
Yes, so this is a requirement. We're the pass-through agency for private schools in our area to access the federal funding, which they have a right to do. So Miko in my office, she holds a meeting with all the leaders from the private schools annually, and they're invited to apply for the fund. We sign off on their purchases, making sure that they meet the requirements and they get their allocation that they're eligible for if they want to access it.
Thank you.
Thanks. And then Ava, did you indicate your question?
Yes, I thank you for asking about the allocation for private schools. I had that same question. Going back to what you were explaining, schools such as DeVargas and Nimitz having 35% or higher of students in there, what exactly do they get for meeting that threshold?
So they get an allocation of funds, and you can see the dollar amount in the plan. And then what they do is they work with their site team to develop their SIPSA, and then they are required to state in their SIPSA how they will use those funds to meet the needs of their students. And then, of course, in addition to this funding, in general, when we're allocating funds, we typically allocate additional resources to sites that have additional needs on top of this funding. But this is their kind of site plan fund to meet the needs of their students. So you'll see how they will plan to use it for next year when they bring their SIPSA forward.
Okay, and is it at the district level decision of like providing transportation for homeless and foster youth?
We provide transportation funding when it's needed through the community engagement liaisons and Carrie in my office. So when providing things like bus tokens and things of that nature, yes, that's something that we do now.
I don't know if anybody had any more questions before I ask another one.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay.
No, go for it.
I had a question regarding the allocations for mental health support. It says we offer that at all of our schools, but is the percentage, is it full-time or is it partial that mental health support is provided at all of the schools?
So in the LCAP itself, we have our targets under the metrics. So let me just find it really quick so I can make sure I'm stating the right number.
Sure.
So it's depending on, of course, the school population as well as the school need. So let's see here. So for this school year, we're at 0.45 minimum for each elementary school. Some are higher, but that's the minimum, and 1.06 for each middle school. And then we're trying to up that a little bit. We have been on a path of replacing the contracted mental health therapists with CUSD employees. So we added 5 this year. We'll be adding 5 again next year. We're really close to hitting our goal, and we'll be able to do that with the new additions.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. So this one will come back on consent then, or does it be action? Action. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Allison. All right, moving on to item 8.4. This is on CONAP, the spring update on CONAP and CARS. And welcome, Tina.
Hi again. I promise this will not be as long as my first presentation. I promise. So a companion to the federal addendum that Allison just shared is our consolidated application. And this will be real quick. I brought this. It's not working. Oh, there we go. It just had a little delay. The Con App is something that we complete 2 times a year. And you'll hear it's called the Consolidated Application, or Con App for short. And it's what is used by the California Department of Education, or CDE, to distribute those categorical funds for the titles that Allison was just referring to. So CARS, sometimes you'll hear the abbreviation CARS, the Consolidated Application and Reporting System, is the actual software system where we report all of our data. So the Con App is done 2 times a year, and I report to you 2 times a year. And what we're reporting to you on today is the application for 24-25 funding, as well as updates with our current funding that we've received. So just a quick recap, Allison just went through these. Title I, Title II, Title III has both English learner and immigrant, and Title IV. So I listed the purposes there. She also reviewed the types of expenditures that fall into each of those. So I won't go into any more detail on that, because I think we've covered it really well. So what is reported in the Con App this time around in the spring is an update on our 22-23 funding. So what you see in this chart is a summary of what's in the application, of what is reported. Currently, right now, Title I was not required as a report update. So Title II, you'll see our allocation for the 22-23 year was 211 million. Sorry, I got millions on the brain. 211,000, and we spent 211,000. So there's no longer a balance. Title III English learner, 340,000, and we've spent that, so no balance on that. The Title III immigrant funding, we received 355. I want to draw your attention to the 2 stars. If you'll remember, we received an overpayment. So an accounts payable has been set up to repay back part of that. So not all of that is our money to spend, but we do have a balance. We are finding that we need to be a little bit more creative in ways that to spend this money. And so Alice and her team have come up with a fantastic plan to spend that money in this upcoming year. We do have the upcoming year to spend it. No update on Title IV at this time. So what we are reporting on for 22-23 is a total of the 576,000 in expenditures, and we have the remaining balance to currently spend. What's also in this report is 23-24. So there's a little bit of a delay, as you can tell, in some of the reporting. So the only thing that we needed to report on at the 23-24 was Title II expenditures, of which we spent 36,000 of the 212,000. So there's a balance of 176. And then our English learner Title III budget, we submitted a budget for the 23-24 to tell them how we're planning on spending the money, et cetera. And so we just had to submit that budget. So there's no expenditures submitted at this time. So that's 23-24. The other thing that it requests is, are you requesting money for 24-25? So this is also our application for 24-25 monies. So you'll see here that we have requested Title I, Title II, specifically the Title III English learner, and the Title IV. So we have, those are the requested monies for 24-25. And then we were just talking about the nonprofit private schools. So this is also that time of the year, as Allison mentioned, where MECO will meet with all of our private schools and then determine what schools want to apply for what funding sources. So this is not officially finalized just yet. She's still meeting with a couple of the schools, but as of right now, this was a rough draft of kind of the private schools that we will be collaborating with and what title fundings they have requested. So that will continue to evolve, and we'll finalize that. That's it. The consolidated application will come back for your approval next time.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? Go around, no, nothing this time? Okay.
I have questions.
You have questions? All right, please. All right.
If you don't mind.
No, please.
Thank you for coming back up here. And can we go to slide 6? Can you, 6.
Oh, and I didn't put numbers. I'm sorry, I didn't put numbers on them.
No, I'm just looking at the numbers on top of your presentation.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you.
Can you explain
it looks a little good.
Why there's something wrong? Yeah, okay. It cleared up. Title III immigrant, how come we didn't request that?
So currently, right now, we have a large carryover amount from the previous year, as you saw on the previous slide. And so currently, right now, we decided at this point in time, it'd be best to focus on making sure that we come up with an accurate plan of how to spend the existing money. So at this moment in time, we just figured it'd be in our best interest to really focus on the money we've already received and make sure that we spend it correctly. And then in the event that we want to continue to apply for this funding, we absolutely could. We do have a very small pocket that we're trying to serve with this money.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, do we have any public comments on this?
No, we do not.
All right, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on to item 8.5. This is on proposed 24-25 adult meal prices. So Nicole.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So tonight we are bringing for information setting adult meal prices for breakfast and lunch for next school year. So we have not been serving meals to adults or selling meals to adults since we came back from the pandemic. And just due to the pandemic, the increase in participation, the no cost meals for all, and implementing that, it's been a lot to just kind of settle. And so we are ready to offer that again, and we need to set a price for it. So we are recommending $4.50 for breakfast and $6 for lunch to begin in the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ava, we will go around this way since just for fairness.
Sure. I do have questions. Thank you, Nicole, for being here. You mentioned it hasn't not sold any adult lunches since the pandemic. How much were the breakfast and lunch for adult lunches before the pandemic?
You know what? I would have to look it up. I don't have that information right now, but I could get back to you with that.
Okay. And then in analysis of the new cost of adult meals, what was the average cost of nearby districts, and were they like comparable K-12, or I don't know if that makes any difference. I don't think so.
So we have a calculator that we have to use from USDA that says you can't allow a price that's lower than a certain amount. And that price is $3.62 for breakfast and $5.68 for lunch. And so we knew we could not be lower than that. And then when I looked around us, compared to like Fremont Union High School District, they're also at $4.50 and $6, East Side $4.50 and $6, Santa Clara USD $5 and $7, Campbell Union High School District $3 and $5, and went all the way up to San Francisco $3.50, $5.75, Palo Alto $3.50, $5.75. A lot of districts are raising their adult meal prices for next school year too.
Can I verify what you said? Can't be lower than $3.62 for breakfast, and then lunch was $5.68. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Satish.
Hey, Nicole, great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Then one question, is it the same lunch what kids eat, or is something different?
It's exactly the same lunch that our students get with all of the components that we offer to students.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia. Do you have anything? Okay. So for me, so at $6, we're not, hard to say. Are we losing money on this? We break even? I know it matches the comps, but cost structure wise for us.
So we'll be breaking even. We didn't want to raise the price too much. And as our menu continues to change, we'll be reevaluating it as we're adding new menu items. But yeah, we need to be able to break even.
Okay. All right. Great.
I just wanted to add in and commend Nicole, because this has been something that comes up when we do meet with staff, is that they're asking about the meals. And, I think the work that she's done in the department as far as the variety of meals to our students. I know, I've gone out and eaten the lunches a couple of times, and, I think they're amazing. And just to have that opportunity, I think it is a convenience for our staff. So I do want to give a huge thank you for doing it.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. All right. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Not okay. All right. So this one coming back on is there? Do we?
This one will come back, I believe, on consent.
Okay, great. All right. Moving on. Section 9, discussion. Review of the 24-25 LCAP draft, which is, I can't help but notice, 140 pages. So let's get into it.
Right. So I would suggest that we go for the overview, which is only I always like to have a little cheat sheet because it's just so long. So just to kind of orient everybody to this, we have been working on this process for quite some time, like we do every year. It really starts right after winter break. We go through our input sessions and we really try to listen for the themes that are coming up across all of those meetings. So I'd like to just say thank you to everybody who has been a part of those meetings. It's happened all across the school sites and departments, and all of this feedback has funneled in to help create this plan. And really, we heard a lot of common themes. And those things were, let's, continue to focus, as we always have, on maintaining and supporting academic excellence. Let's continue building up the interventions that we put in place since the pandemic, make sure that we're continuing to strengthen those interventions so that all students' needs can be met. Also, there were a number of comments around our work regarding Portrait of a Learner and the importance of deeper learning, future-ready deeper learning for students, and continuing to focus on that, as well as our long-standing focus on meeting the needs of the whole child and continuing to expand things like music and middle school electives, and focusing on other aspects, not just academics, but also students' social emotional well-being, mental health, and overall wellness and sense of belonging at school. Also, parent education came up in a number of the meetings this time, knowing that our parents are such strong partners in helping us achieve our district priorities and our LCAP goals, as well as the importance of maintaining some flexible funding for our school sites as they're getting their SIPSAs aligned to the LCAP and the district priorities. So with all of that in mind, we listened to the themes and we put these things into a series of goals and actions. And goal number 1 at the top of page 1 is about future-ready deeper learning. So this is academics, core academics, as well as our emphasis on Portrait of a Learner. And then we can see the kind of high-level action areas that fall under this. I won't go through all of those, but we'll just high level kind of look at each bucket and then I'll see what your questions are. Goal 2 captures our whole child areas of emphasis, thinking about social and emotional learning and well-being, positive student behavior, safe, engaging learning environments, and all of the ways that we support that. And goal 3 is our engagement goal. And this is parent education, engagement of parents in the strategic plan, as well as supportive resources like translation. You also will notice that I highlighted in light blue the actions that are funded by LCFF supplemental funding. So that's the piece of the pie that is the funding that comes with the LCAP, focused specifically on our unduplicated students, low-income foster youth and English learners. We are encouraged to use, show some of our other funding sources in the LCAP when it's relevant for the goals and the actions that we're showing. So some of the title funding or learning recovery or educator effectiveness funding shows up because it's tied to some of those actions. But I think it is helpful to also keep an eye on that LCFF supplemental funding, because those funds, we explain in the plan why those funds specifically support our unduplicated pupils. And then at the bottom of page 2, I just wanted to call out some of the notable new metrics. Every 3 years, we have a chance to reset these things. We can make updates annually, but we're at the beginning of a new 3-year plan. So just wanted to call out that we did add some new metrics regarding Portrait of a Learner. Percentage of teachers trained, percentage of teachers reporting that they are integrating the competencies. So we're at 0 right now, but we're going up fast here as we get our accelerators network going. Not 0 really. I mean, we haven't officially trained everyone, but people certainly are already doing these things because it's been a part of what they've already believed was important for school. So our official metric isn't in place yet, though, because we would want to ask them on a teacher survey for some data. So we're already halfway there, I think, because these are things people have valued. And then along the whole child realm, we added a metric around after school sports. You know, we have a lot of kids, almost half the kids in middle school participating, and it's just such a strong part of our district program. So we thought, why not, you know, add a metric in there about that, as well as our ELOT program. Our library media clerks have been working together to boost up their library collections and make sure that their collections are new and fresh and full. And so we wanted to add a metric for that, since we have been funding library books for some time. And then with our work in PBIS, positive behavior and safe and welcoming school climate, all of the schools are engaged in PBIS training. So we have something called the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, the TFI, that is a way to measure how far we are into implementation of PBIS. So that will be added. And then parent liaisons are something that's very, very valued and used in our district. And we want to keep an eye on that piece and make sure that people are using their time, and parent liaisons are turning in their timesheets for the time that they are being used. So that I think will enhance our plan as well. So that is our quick 2-page overview of the very long document, and take your questions.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Allison. We'll go around this way. Ava, did you have anything?
Yeah, I have for questions.
Okay.
Do we have additional funding or support for English learners, foster youth, homeless, and low socioeconomic students to have the ability to take a computer device so they can have academic support at home, and in addition, high-speed internet access?
Yes, that's coordinated through the tech office.
Okay. And then second question, the library books you mentioned with funding the libraries, does that include books in the student's native primary language?
Yes, actually it will this year. They have had the ability to order those titles in the past, but in my last meeting with them for the LCAP feedback, that was what they brought up. And so we allocated some of the immigrant funding we were just talking about for that purpose. And they'll be working together next school year to share the resources that they have found to be effective and add further titles to the school libraries in the students' languages. And they're hoping they can maybe even share some of those titles, since we have a lot of different languages and sometimes the needs vary. So
I mean, we do have, like, I think more than 51 languages spoken from be able to buy books that are non-English.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Have a
you.
statement.
All right, Satish.
Okay, thanks, Alison. These metrics are actually, it's mandatory stuff, or it's dictated by someone, or it's our own, the new additional metrics what we had?
These are not required, but we added them because we thought that they're our own internal metrics that we thought would reflect our priorities. And then within the plan, when we use LCFF funding, we have to indicate the metrics as well that we're using to evaluate the effectiveness. So it's helpful in that sense too.
Okay, so this will be actually done by end of the year, or is it periodically, like once in quarter or something like that?
So we're starting the next 3-year plan. So every year, so at this time next year, I'll bring back the results, and then we'll keep doing it for the 3-year cycle. We can make adjustments if we'd like to in the meantime, but it's annually. Sometimes they ask us to do mid-year updates. The requirements change every year. Sometimes that happens, like it did this year too. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be twice a year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, let's go ahead. I think it's a short enough item here.
So I love looking at this summary document. especially because I think about like 3 years ago and just the difference in the things that we've really decided to prioritize. I just love that, you know, the things that we're doing for the whole child, for mental health, for community, for parents, all of the things that really the district has put into place the last few years is totally reflected here, and it's exciting. It's exciting because I know we do this every 3 years, and it's kind of how we set that priority and the strategies. And, you know, 3 years from now, we'll be looking at, you know, whatever new additions or things that we're going to be doing. But I don't know that 3 years, well, 3 years ago it was pandemic, so things were a little different. But I don't know that 3 years ago I would have expected to see all of these things that we've put into place that we now want to continue assessing. So great job. Thank you.
Okay. All right. As for me, I'll just do my questions and comments unless the folks, okay. So let's see. First of all, there was an item on there about technologies and devices, and it's on the order of I think 800K or so. Is that generally what it cost us to? I think the item is the description was making sure folks had access to students had access to the devices less than 5 years old. So is that generally like the cost of doing business, almost $1 million a year, just to make sure folks have devices refreshed? I think.
Yes, that is the refresh cycle for students.
And that's an annual thing, we just kind of just because of the cost. Okay. And then there was a small amount of money for AI tools, and it talks about exploration. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about what we're thinking, what we could try to achieve this year with this.
Yes, so we have a summer institute that filled up within, it felt like minutes of us opening it. So it was capped at 50, and we filled to 50. That Chris Iser in my department is running along with Daryl Garrison for the summer. We also have a pilot going with Magic School AI, which we felt was maybe the best step to take, first tool to kind of dip our toe in with. So part of that cost is for Magic School AI. We also are taking a look at a tool that we have in place called Writable. And there's a component that the middle school teachers are taking a look at in regards to student essay writing within the Writable platform. So those are the three areas. We have already opened the Magic School AI for staff to kind of play around with. And so that's how we're beginning the journey.
All right. Okay. Thanks. And just some thoughts. One is on the metrics. You know, I noticed a number of these metrics they're measuring actions we take, which I think is appropriate for the first year of the 3-year cycle. And I wonder if later in the cycle, we start looking at the impact on learning effectiveness or however else. So things more on the impact side. I do understand first year of the cycle, you know, it's kind of, you want to get going on these and kind of measuring some of the steps that we take. And then I think related to this is, again, you know, this comes around every 3 years. We get to think about what the 3-year cycle looks like. Be interested in sort of any thoughts, not right now, but maybe when it comes back. I know we'll discuss this again, or should come back again for action or something, on what's our sort of thought on the 3-year plan. You know, this is one, if there is indeed a 3-year plan. If there isn't, that's fine too. But I'm just thinking, given that we refresh this every 3 years, and we're thinking about Portrait of a Learner, which is more than a 1-year kind of engagement, what that might look like. I'm just really interested in the coupling of our LCAP over a long period of time with these initiatives like a Portrait of a Learner. So just lots of stuff throwing on the wall, see what comes back. Thank you. Did you guys, did you have comments? I'm sorry, I didn't really specify that, but available institution, you guys are good?
I had comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like seeing that in the priorities of the different goals that there was on parent, I think I would call it parent liaisons. And from what I understand, like it's up to the allocations of the principals. So I hope that because I talked to one of the parent liaisons, and they're having difficulty with 300 hours and they like to have more hours, and that there's so much need in terms of contacting and keeping in contact with the parents and having the parent nights. So I'm hoping that the schools would allocate more of its funds to hopefully have that position at full time, especially at Nimitz and DeVargas. The other part, and I really like seeing, is the parent education. Both liaison and parent education, it helps, gives the skills and building the relationships with the community, the parents at home, so that if the parents are also learning, it kind of provides like parallel learning and builds a stronger bond at home and support. And I think that comes with is I'm hoping to see a lower chronic absenteeism and higher participation from the student, because if the student's being more supported at home, they're more likely to be successful in the school in all areas. So thank you.
Yes, and just to clarify, the parent liaisons are contracted employees. So those are set up by Carrie in my office, and also Sandy has helped with that over the years in Erin's office. So it's kind of it's a annual contract that's refreshed for a number of hours. So
yeah. I'm hoping to increase the number of hours. I didn't know it was by contract, but you know, if it's like if they know that they're more permanent, they're less likely to leave. And I don't want to have good employees who've had built a time building relationships with our communities leave.
We have some very, very amazing parent liaisons who are part of our fabric for sure. So, thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments from the board? No, any public comments on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, and so this will come back next time as
Next week,
discussion, action?
Action.
Just as action. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to section 10, discussion action. Now we have one item in this section. It's approval of the lease renewal process for Sarah and Luther.
Yes,
Chris?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and also like to say good evening and welcome to our special guests for tonight. We have some folks from our tenants from our two lease sites, Sarah and Luther. Thank you for being here, and I would like to introduce the item, and then Scott Sheldon from Terra is also available to answer some questions as well as the process. So giving some context as far as why we're looking at this. We've had these closed school sites now for well over 35 years, and they've probably been closed longer than the amount of years that they were open. We have been fortunate enough to have tenants at that site the entire time. And one of the caveats that we are looking a little bit differently is that now that we've gone through the process of unfortunately closing Regnard and Meyerholtz, the needs to reserve these schools for the potential of reopening because of student growth are further and further from that need. And so we had shared with the board, and we talked about how we're managing all of our physical assets, that it might be well intended to go through and see what the market might look like as far as trying to lease out either the whole campuses or portions of the campus. Now, that's the direction the board had given us. Tonight, I'd like to share with the board, or at least the recommendation from staff, is to, one, take this first attempt and look at how we can try to attempt to negotiate with the current tenants with the same objective. The same objective is still, our intent is to try to ensure that we lease the entire site. This might be an opportunity for one of the tenants that may want to ask for more space. So that's also part of it. Or depending upon now, there's going to be new terms and conditions. And so through this, there may be some concerns for some of the terms and conditions of the new tenants. And we want to ultimately just give them more of a first right to work out the new terms with us. But should we not be able to negotiate and lease out the entire site? I do want to share with the board that our interest in would be to really open it up publicly for the possibilities of looking for some other suitable tenants from the outside. But this attempt here was to provide some abilities right now for our current tenants, because we have had a long-term relationship with them. So let me have maybe Scott, can you come up and just talk about just the terms we're asking for?
Welcome, Scott. I didn't see you back there without Elsie. Sorry, I somehow missed.
I left her at home.
Is it past her bedtime? Is that what it is? Okay.
It's almost past mine too. Thank you very much, Board. Stacy, thank you, and Chris. So my name is Scott Sheldon with Terra Realty Advisors, and we've been working with Chris and the board for a couple of years now on utilizing assets, real property assets. So one of the things that we did, and we do work for a lot of different school districts in Santa Clara, is basically evaluate and review, what other districts are charging their tenants at either partially closed or fully closed school sites, and based on either a small space out of that or the entire campus. And we've got that information. We've been discussing that with Chris. And the rates that were put on the draft RFP are kind of in that range of what the market is based on other schools and based on just the general commercial market. So,
and then thank you. And then from the standpoint of a timeline, we have a timeline on the other document. So just to let everyone understand is that, we're obviously at the summer period of time, and our tenants have programs that's either going through the summer or starting up. And we want to make sure that we go through this process as quickly as possible to let them know whether or not we're going to be able to renegotiate a long-term lease with them, or if we don't, that they have time to be aware and make plans according to that. Because as it stands right now, all of our tenants right now, their current leases end June of 2025. So we just want to make sure that when there's enough ample notification if we're not able to, I guess, renegotiate with the current tenants. So that's the process, and we just want to get some feedback from the board if you'd like us to do anything more or less.
All right, thanks. Questions and comments, I guess, from the board. Who'd like to go first? Okay, I'll go first if I'm okay. Well, so the process that you have in mind, so at this phase, it's open to existing tenants. Is it like a tenant as Sarah would be able to put in a proposal for Sarah, or is it a tenant for Sarah could put in a proposal for Luther also? What's the thinking on the process?
Well, I mean, I think right now it is planned to send it to the current tenants
at the site they're at.
But since we're talking about both sides, I think it would be just as good to open it up for all the tenants to inquire whether it's at Luther or at Sarah.
Okay, all right. So it would be basically anyone who's a current tenant's available. It's eligible to put in a proposal for any of the sites.
But the challenge is, as you can maybe understand, is that for the tenants that currently are at Sarah, my guess is that they're going to at least put in a proposal for their current space.
I guess, yeah.
If they were to if one of them wanted to put in a proposal for the other side, Luther, they would then be bidding against the other current tenants.
Okay.
And that could be one of those scenarios potentially.
Understand. Okay, thanks. Any other?
And maybe it helpful. Mahmoud, I think the form is attached.
Yeah, we can review the form. So we want to just do a really quick understanding of what their interests are. Are there interests in looking at leasing the entire property? That's the first option. Or the existing space, and they'll identify that space. And then we've talked about also the reasons why we're looking at this, because for us to do our due diligence in terms of looking for more of a long-term tenant, we do need to go through a kind of a process so we can look at other proposals. But our focus right now is only focusing on our current tenants. And so we're looking at minimum 10 years. Like we had with Teslations, we had a longer term agreement, and that may very well be kind of what we could do with our current tenants. I've talked with each and one of them, and they've all communicated to me that there is interest. It just, just depends on what that looks like, but there is interest for something longer term. Because in the past, our process has been in the past just to keep those as short-term leases, because we didn't know for certain whether or not we would ever need those school sites back. So that's why.
Thank you. And I think you've indicated she had one, and so.
Yeah. I'm looking at the lease proposal. I'm okay with if our current tenants, since we have that relationship with them for a long time, to have a 10-year lease. I wonder if it's a newer tenant, and I don't know if it's legal or not to give them a shorter lease, because we're not sure who they are, or if it tends to be a new tenant.
Well, right now, there aren't any new tenants that are going to be considered. We're just going to be
considering our current tenants first.
Okay. Our current tenants have all been in there for a significant amount of time. We don't have any that just
to the public.
No, that would just be for current tenants at Sarah and Luther.
But as I had mentioned, the caveat is that if for any reason we're not able to work out something with the current tenants so we can lease the entire site, we will be challenged with then trying to fill in the gaps. And filling in the gaps would be, we probably need to go out and find someone from outside of the current tenant mix. So that's why I wanted to make sure that people understood that. Our intention is always to see if we can lease out the entire site. But if for any reason any one of the tenants elects not to, it puts us in a situation where we obviously have proposals from the existing tenants, and we're only leasing 75% of the site. And then we'll have to find someone either from the outside, if no one else from within has an interest in picking up that extra space. And that would be openly, publicly advertised.
But we can change the terms if it changes to the public.
Change
the lease term less than 10 years. If we were to open it to the public, if we didn't, if our current tenants does not take the option of continuing, and we would be, and no one else that is our current leaser wants to take that, and we open it to the public, is it okay for us to have the lease term less than 10 years?
Well, I mean, that's that the board can advise us as far as what they want, but that was what we were recommending as the minimum amount to kind of in a way lock up that property for us from that standpoint. But if the board wants to specifically put a different amount of time, we can entertain that.
Thank you.
Sylvia, please.
Can you remind me, there's multiple tenants at Luther, right? And then
at both sides, multiple tenants.
Both sides, but okay, both sides, multiple tenants. And then currently is it 100% leased out, or are there certain?
No, we have 100% occupancy from that standpoint. All the rooms are spoken for.
All the rooms are spoken for. So then the option number 3 of additional space isn't really help me understand how that might work.
So maybe use as a scenario. Right now, I'm one of the tenants and I'm using a set of classrooms. If I am interested in growing my program, like people would normally do, they would then have the ability to ask to see if can I put a proposal in for X amount of number of rooms. So it's there to give them the ability to not only be limited to asking for their existing space, because at this point in time, they may very well have, someone might have an interest in wanting more, but then it creates that scenario where we're going to be comparing one proposal internally versus the other proposal internally.
Or it may be that one of our current tenants isn't able to
meet the term,
meet the term that we want, and so then that space would be available and may have one of the other current tenants that would want to expand.
Okay.
So really, it is a way to gather that information to be able to assess it. You know, I think as Chris mentioned, our goal is to have the entire facility still continue to be leased out.
Yeah.
Full occupancy.
Okay. All right. So in let's say the hypothetical that one tenant wants to expand, but the other tenants all want to stay the same, then it becomes a bidding thing, or no?
Not necessarily. The fact that one tenant may ask for more space, but yet everyone else has asked for their same space. It's a district option to give one tenant more space and give the other tenant less space. I mean, our interest is right now still to, again, lease the entire site, but not knowing whether or not there might be a tenant in the mix that may not be able to meet the terms and conditions. And so we just wanted to make sure that the process was make some options.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then my second question is, so the last rent rate was set 5 years ago?
No, these were, I believe they were 5-year agreements. So it was probably, well, actually, the rate goes up every year. There's a CPI index part of it, but the contracts were initially set about 5 years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Satish.
So in terms of timeline here, right, September 13th is kind of finalizing the agreement, right? So the current tenants, they will do the proposal by July 15th. And after that, we do 2 months of, or 1.5 months, we discuss this and then finally agree. So if it does not meet, like, let's say some people are not interested or they're not able to get this, since you open it up for public beyond September 13th?
Yeah, so the question is, if we're not able to then negotiate something with the existing tenant, and once we go through this initial process, the open RFP process would start, and that process is probably 2 to 3 months out. So we have to make sure that we have time built in for that as well. So that won't happen until I think after September 13th.
Okay. And all the current tenants, they have time till next year, June, whatever. Their current lease will end only 2025, you said, 25?
Currently now, the current tenant agreements all end June 30th, 2025.
Everybody.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have 2 more and then we'll pass it around. The first question, has staff assessed the suitability of either Sarah or Luther to serve as a district office site? Is it, or if you have any opinion off the top of your head, given that we have Meyerholtz available, I'm just wondering, would either of those 2 sites be suitable potential candidates for a future district office site?
I haven't looked into it, but to address your question, I mean, it's the only difference between Sarah and Luther compared to Meyerholtz is that, you know, they're all close full sites, but we don't have any current tenants at Meyerholtz, and so really it would be substituting the idea of moving into a currently leased out school site and foregoing the revenue from the tenants.
But let's assume it's 10 years from now, right? So, or say it's 2030. And so you could always structure the lease so that it's empty at that point. I was just wondering, regardless of the current occupancy status, in terms of the site itself, the number of buildings, the locations, and all that other factors.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the amount of classrooms, but I think maybe the big thing is, just like Meyerholtz, there would be still some needs to do some amount of tenant improvements.
Right.
I don't know what that amount is, but from a square footage wise, I believe Meyerholtz is a larger,
Right.
larger footprint than both Sarah and Luther by themselves.
I'm just thinking it has a large field. I think it has a larger, so just in terms of the space, I think it's.
We haven't looked at
Haven't
that
looked at
as
that.
from the lens
Okay,
of a
that's
district
fair.
office, but
Okay,
certainly something that
that's
we
fair.
could.
The second question really may be for Mr. Sheldon here. So the price, the 375 and 4. So presumably when you did the market survey, these things always come in a range. I'm wondering, are these numbers at the midpoint, the low end, the high end?
Midpoint.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was, okay, well, thanks. We'll keep going. Ava.
Okay. My question is for Chris. If a tenant wants to expand, for instance, do we, and I don't know if it's possible or financially, I know that we may or may not have portables that we're not using in the district. And I don't even know if there's any enough space to put a portable to kind of give that flexibility. If all the other tenants wants to stay the same and one of the tenants wants to expand, do we have like a portable to help allocate? I mean, like, I guess we'll get there when we
Yeah, I
get
think
there.
that's probably a further down the road question
Okay.
once we get this information back from our.
I was just thinking of ideas. Okay.
Okay, all right, going around, anybody else? Oh,
So
Sylvia.
just one last question. So the current tenants right now, are, I assume, I don't know, are they all like education related or?
It's on the thing.
It is.
Yeah, if you click on the first two lease renewal site, they have maps, and then you zoom in on the second and fourth page. Zoom in, you can see the words better, the
So
businesses.
So many of them are early childhood education programs and childcare programs. So mainly in that age range.
Okay, so then, again, in the event that there is, that a tenant decides not to re-up and there's opening, is there kind of like what we did with Regnar, like we had directives? Did the board back then have some like parameters in terms of who would be occupying the closed site, or would it be open to?
So if my recollection serves me right, that the agreements for Sarah and Luther prior to the board had directed staff to place some parameters as far as the type. So we weren't out there, opening up a drugstore or something else. And also too, we also have the French American School. French American School, I believe, is the K-8 program. K-8 preschool to 8 program. So we have that all the programs there kind of run that gamut, that range.
All right, thank you.
All right. I thought maybe we'd take public comments and then we can continue deliberations. Do we have any public comment? Yeah.
We do. Our first speaker is Stephanie Alamo.
Welcome and thank you for your patience. All right, okay.
Everyone here? Okay. Hello, my name is Stephanie Alamo. I'm a representative of Early Horizons Preschool located at the Sarah site that we have leased from the Cupertino Union School District for the past 40 years. I am here today not only on behalf of Early Horizons Preschool, but representing the French American School, Delore Montessori, and Harmony Dance Center. Together, we occupy the entire Sarah site. We would like to collectively thank CUSD for their partnership over the years. We greatly appreciate everything you have done for us. Your support has allowed us to remain in operation and build networks that benefit not only you, but also our surrounding community, including the cities of Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and beyond, as well as the many lives that pass through our schools. We also want to acknowledge everyone we have worked with at the district. Each person who has contributed to improving our campus has been extremely helpful and pleasant. We are grateful for the opportunity to continue doing business with you and remain partners in serving the needs of families in our area. We hope to secure a lease that is longer than the terms we have signed in previous years to continue to bring the quality educational and extracurricular activities.
to continue to bring the quality educational and extracurricular facilities that include consistency, safety, and inclusivity that our community continues to need now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lily Lee.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Lily. I'm the person who in charge of the Waha Montessori school in Luther. I'm the first generation immigrant. When I first come to the USA, I couldn't speak any English. By study hard, I become Montessori teacher. 21 years ago, I rented the classroom from Luther, from district. I opened the first Montessori Chinese English bilingual school in Silicon Valley. 2008, the school district listed two other sites, the Vargas and Dewars. We have 3 schools, preschool and after school program, heritage program. We try our best to serve the community, include the low-income family, LGBT families, and then new immigrant family from all over the world, from America, from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. During the pandemic, we had no income, but we still paid the rent for the 3 schools, hoping that after pandemic, then the things getting better, we can return to the normal life. But after paying $400K to place the portable at the Dewars and pay the full rent during the pandemic when the Dewars was not open. When Dewars reopened, the school district did not renew our lease, and instead to lease the place to other schools. Dewars parents now they send their kids to our Luther side, so which is inconvenient for them. We lose our heritage program in Luther and preschool. The current school in Luther is our only school now, which is very, very important to us, to the parents, to teachers, and the whole community. Our teachers have worked with us for more than 9 years on average. The longest is 18 years. They are all our family members. We don't want them lose jobs. We want to continue work with school district, rent our current space. We hope we can work together for another 10 years, 20 years, continue serve the community. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shijang Shi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shidong. I learned my English from kids. They didn't teach me how to write, so I just speak as much as I can do. I'm coming from Morningstar Chinese School, one of the 4 tenants, right? And in Luther campus. We are running a heritage school, means after school. 90% of our students come from Chinese family. We are running our business for 24 years already. In Luther campus, we've been there for more than 15 years. We are not the longest, but I think it's long enough to make a good relationship with the school district, with our neighbors. And Morningstar is a heritage school, and we are the oldest school in this whole Bay Area. There are two schools older than us, but they are closed years ago. And we are one of the largest Chinese after school in this Bay Area. I think we must have done something good to survive the long time, and definitely we survived from COVID. It was hard. And we thought once school reopened, the enrollment will come back soon, but it's not. Still, our number is way lower than before. We are working very hard to keep this school, and we think the parents, the students, the community need us. We are doing a lot for our student, and to keep the good teacher, we worked on very hard on that too. And we currently, this campus is fully occupied. We had a meeting. We all want to continue our business, and no one want to leave. No one want to take anyone's space. We just like everything as it, right? Yes. So we are really good neighbors, and I want to continue to do the right thing, the good thing, and as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Ty Bash.
I'm going to attempt to be half as eloquent as speakers before me. Good evening, board members. My name is Ty Bash. I am the operations manager at Happy Days. Happy Days was the first non-district school to occupy Luther in July of 1987, following the close. Over the past 37 years, we've employed several hundred teachers, educated more than 4,000 preschool children, and became an integral part of the community surrounding us. Despite being severely harmed by the closure and then restriction due to COVID-19, we've never missed payroll or a single rent payment. We were fortunate to retain the vast majority of our dedicated staff, some of whom have been with us for more than 20 years. Over the past 4 years, we've worked hard to increase our enrollment, which is still much lower than it was previous to COVID-19. You guys have just heard a lengthy conversation and a discussion about a reduction in the students in the area. But we're optimistic and hopeful. This is why the proposed process to renew our lease cuts deep. Instead of a renewal, we're being encouraged to bid our lease rate with a minimum reflecting an increase of 45%. None of you guys have asked that in the questions. From our current rates to the proposed rates of $375, that's a 45% increase. It's very, very steep. A quick survey of comparables of commercial leases shows that market lease rates are in line with the current ones that we're paying. I would like to remind the board that Luther is also a 75-year-old building with substantial deferred maintenance issues and currently does not meet the district standard to reopen as a school. I'm not saying that as owners of the facility, you're not within your full right to devise any process for the lease renewal. But I do believe that the process to lease a vacant school should be different than the process to renew leases at a facility with established schools, and you've heard from many of us. I'm asking that a public entity sharing the goals of educating young minds, you do not take advantage of the fact that we're a captive audience with connections to our surrounding community that is hard, if not impossible, to replicate. A captive audience providing jobs for 20 educators at Happy Days alone, and a captive audience that has been invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment that we would have to abandon. This is not like finding another apartment, finding another school location. It's very difficult. Seeing that your decision will have such tremendous impact of more than 150 teachers and close to 1,000 families across both Sarah and Luther, I ask that you take the time to consider all these factors. Please review the lease rates. Consider allowing us to continue at our current commercial market rate, or perhaps increase it slightly above market to say $325 a square foot. That represents a 28% increase from our current rates. With these slightly lower rates, that will increase our ability to maybe be able to sustain and continue to support the community. I greatly appreciate and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll have,
That was our final speaker.
okay, I'll bring it back to the board here for any sort of comments. This is a discussion action, so we can actually take action on this tonight if we so choose. Anybody like to start?
Oh. You're gonna be locked in.
Okay, let's
It arms automatically.
oh, cell phone happens. Okay, it's telling us to go home. Yes. All right. Coming back to the board, would anybody like to start?
So what action is actually needed here? Is it like to go ahead with this proposal or to call for the RFP or whatever?
So if you were to take action, it would be approving the recommended going out, soliciting
This process.
of our current tenants first.
Like to go. I'm sorry.
Do we need a motion or something now?
Well, it's discussion action, so anybody can make a motion anytime, or we could continue to discuss. So.
Yeah, I think my view is anyhow we have to get going, right? That is for sure. We have to have a plan because the lease is going to be over by next year. So it's the right time to do the things. Again, I think right thing is to do this and give an opportunity for the current tenants first for sure. And then after that to decide further, right? So yeah, my view is we should go with this proposal. And anyway, they will have the return and we'll have enough time to discuss that and decide internally. Like how we did the other sites, like up Mare, Ragnat and other places.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. Anybody else like to go next?
Go. So what is the rate in which, I don't know, if each of the sites have different rates that they're currently paying or different or the same?
Yeah, similar.
Can you expand on the rates that they're paying?
I don't have that in front of me. I apologize. I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, I believe there's a range of the current rates, about 230 to 330, depending.
Sorry, this is sort of our meeting, so thank you. But
we can provide it. I can provide that tomorrow on the Friday.
In the Friday memo? Okay.
do you have anything else you'd like to share?
No, that's what I wanted to find out.
That's a question. Okay, Sylvia.
I agree with Satish. I think it's the right time to start the process. I think it's right to give priority to the existing tenants. Regarding the rent rate, I think this is something that we've already enlisted Terra Realty for over a year in terms of doing the market assessment, or however long we've been doing it, and looking at the kind of rental fees that we're doing, as well as our neighboring districts and neighboring areas. I'm not going to be an expert in what that number needs to be. I would definitely defer to our staff in terms of what the proposed number would be. I would assume would be in line with what market rate is right now. But again, that's not my area of expertise, but I think that's pretty much where I am.
Right. As for me, I pretty much concur pretty much with what Sylvia just shared. I think what I see this as a process to explore the interests of the current tenants to see if they like to stay. I think this is the right time to do it. In terms of the rates, I certainly understand the challenges it poses for folks that are operating these in terms of the increase in the rates that are likely going to be there. At the same time, we do have a duty to basically, we went through this excruciating budget review, hour and a half for this. And what it basically comes down to is we have a lot more needs in our district than we have resources for. And I think we do have an obligation to look at how we can monetize that. I do see that as a separate discussion. What I understand the process to be is that this is an expression of interest. If someone puts 375, somebody else puts 385 down there, we're not necessarily picking 385. There will be another discussion among the board on which ones we choose to go with. So in my mind, that's a separate discussion. I think Ava asked a really good question in terms of getting the rates. I think that would be good to have for us to have, but I'm supportive of going forward with a process. I guess I have one ask that's not predicated on going forward with the process, is I am interested in the staff assessment of whether or not these sites, how suitable they are for district office and eventual district office. And just, I'm not looking for anything specific, but I'm just sort of wondering, given that we have essentially 3 sites available, Meyerholtz, Sarah, and Luther, is one more suitable for an office than the others? So again, just sort of a light touch, not anything detailed. But so that's me. Okay.
Can I just add on to the ask for staff? When you send us back information, maybe in a Friday memo or something like that, about maybe what the district does in terms of, I don't know, like maintenance or updates or things like that to those sites. And I don't know what the scope of that is.
I understand the question is
there any, does the
is there data as far as
like does what
you're asking, do we play maintenance and water, or is that part of their lease? We can provide that information.
Yeah, like what is the current
terms?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. At this, sorry, yeah, please.
I have 2 more questions if you don't mind. Chris, also referring to the current lease, is it a 5-year lease right now?
We're coming off of a 5-year lease.
A 5-year lease, okay. And I noticed the fields on Luther are rented out to the California Cricket Association. Are they up for renewal as well?
They have a term, and then there is language in the contract if we need to take it back. So, but they are a tenant too. They are technically a tenant.
Okay, but their contract is not up, right?
Well, they're not using the buildings. They're just using
the field. That's separate. Okay. And then regarding Jerry's inquiry about space, and I'm not the expert here, but I think we are moving IT as part of it to make room for the central kitchen. And based on how many buildings that I saw in classrooms that we're occupying at Meyerholtz, I'm assuming that the needs of the district are larger than the 2 other sites. But we'll wait for Chris to bring us the actual numbers.
Okay. I'm just looking for basically having staff look at it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Is there any
I'm ready to move forward to and also offer it to the current tenants first.
Okay. So would somebody like to offer a motion?
I will make a motion. Do we have to word it?
Yes.
I thought we all have.
As long as your fellow board members.
Okay, I think we all have. Chris, you heard it anyway. I think we all had, looks like we are consensus on this. I think I don't want to exactly word because I think you got all the messages, but basically we wanted to go with the proposal. Okay. That is the motion.
Okay, so the motion.
Lease renewal process.
Yeah, renewal process. Yeah, renewal process to start. And
so just to clarify then, the motion on the table is basically to approve the lease renewal process as recommended by staff. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Sylvia.
Trustee Leung.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. All right, moving on to, what are we on? Consent, section 11 consent. Can I get a motion, please?
And can I pull?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't usually, but I like to make comments on 11.4.
Okay, so pulling 11.4 for discussion.
Approval to purchase TK playground structures and other equipment for the Dilworth TK play area.
Okay, we're pulling 11.4. Anybody like to offer a motion for the rest of the items?
I move to approve 11.1, 2, 3, and 5.
Okay. Could I get it?
I will second that.
Second, okay. Roll call vote.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Cho.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. All right, then let's talk about 11.4. So Ava, would you like
Yeah.
to start?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for 11.4. Does the plan allow for shade structure? Or like, does the company in which we're getting these product that we're looking into offer shade structure, or is there room or option to have shade structure for the TK playground?
So the option is always there. I don't know if the current proposal includes or doesn't include the shade structure. Sorry, but the option is always there, and we have retrofit that equipment. So since this is brand new equipment, it could be easily made to accommodate, those the umbrella kind of things on top.
Sure. And I mean, I don't know the exact location where it's at on Dilworth. Do you know if there's any natural shade structure?
Yeah, there are trees. This is in the front of the school where not where the side of the office. It's on the, I got the name of the street there.
Where the current corner is when you pull in?
It's currently where it's on the backside of where the current kindergarten classrooms are, and where the YMCA currently is.
Okay, so I know where you're talking about, and I think the shade from the trees is partial, right? I think Henry's able to. Yeah. There. Thank you for jogging my memory. I mean,
there are some shades.
I just want to make sure that there's enough shade provided, because most of our play structures are out in the sun, and when it's sunny, it's hot to the touch, and it's kids aren't playing on it because it's too hot. So that's one of my concerns, is ensuring that there's sufficient shade structure that the students can play with.
And as you can see here, it does have it.
Right, but like on the slides, I mean, it has it in certain spaces of where you stand on the structure, but I'm talking about covering the entire structure, because even as a kid, when you slide down the slide, you gotta wear long pants, otherwise your bottom's gonna burn.
This current plan, that's what that cost is covering. It doesn't include any other extensive shade covering.
Okay, so, but if we're buying something and we want shade structure, as long as it's possible to do it with that construction, or is it like compatible, I guess it would be the better word?
Well, I mean, I think they can design it any way we want. The question would be, it would be an additional cost that we're not factoring in now for more shade structure other than what's seen here.
So if we approve this, then there would be a separate proposal for the shade structure. Yeah, I just want to make sure that whatever we're approving is compatible for the option of having a shade structure, I guess.
I think in any of the structures are compatible. It would be what that shade structure looks like and at what cost do you want to put it on.
Okay. That's all I want to, is like, I do want us to look into having that, because I noticed today I was, where was I? Stockmeyer. I was at Stockmeyer, and like the little TKs, the only ones that were playing out in the structure had a little roof on it. All the other kids were playing in the shade, and not, I mean, granted today was like 90 degrees, but it made me think about if we're having new play structure, to have shade on it for the students.
Right. Okay, is there a motion for 11.4?
Moved.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Ava.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. Okay, all right, let's move on to section 12. There are 3 action items. The first one is a declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Mike.
We'll need a motion. It's an
Oh, it's an action. Okay. Thank you.
I will move.
Wait, it's public. Should I?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. It's getting late. We already did a public. That's right. Motion and public. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, could I get a motion, please, on this one?
I'll move 12.1 declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024 to 2025 school year.
Thank you, Ava. And a second, please.
I can second.
All right, thanks, Satish. And any intro or this?
Yeah, this is just something that we do every year. It gives us a buffer in case, we have to go out and try to find all the qualified teachers that we can find. But if there's an incident where we can't find a person who's completely done with their program, or they haven't done their EL training or something, this allows us to hire them and get them certified to our kids. It's a safety net that we do every year.
All right, great. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Comment? Oh,
real quick question. So there was a bill that was passed, I think this year or last year, I can't remember. Something about like making it easier for districts to hire teachers. Is that connected to this at all, or is? And I apologize, I don't remember the bill number.
Yeah, no, this is just like we go out and we try to find as many Mandarin teachers as we can. And we can't find one that has completed the Mandarin, the BCLAD for the Mandarin. We're able to find somebody who is fluent or bilingual in Mandarin and hire them as they're working through a program. So it buys us, it's a filler for really hard to fill. We use a lot with, special ed, because some of those teachers are not quite through their program yet. It just allows us to do that.
One question I have for you,
please.
So this is like, you're talking budget and stuff like that, right? But this is, I know this is a buffer kind of thing, but we are making sure this is within the budget kind of.
This isn't directly related to the budget. This is just allows the flexibility with HR when they go out and do their hiring. So we bring it forward annually every year. We have to have board approval. And so it's just a method of being sure that we can hire teachers. So these teachers that we hire under here could be under our budget. They would be our certificated teachers.
These are not additional, Satish.
Okay, this is not additional. This will be within the whatever we plan.
Yes.
But there's a flexibility of it.
This could be a math teacher that's in our classroom currently that we utilize this.
Any other questions or public comments?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and go for a vote then.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. All right, item 12.2, this is the tax and revenue anticipation notes that we discussed last time. Could I get a motion on this, please?
I'll move.
Thanks, Sylvia. And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thanks, Ava. Anything from staff on this one?
No presentation.
No presentation. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? No. Okay. Public comments?
No, we do not.
All right. And then let's roll call vote, please.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. Okay. Then last one on action 12.3. This is resolution 23-24-36, adjustment to school impact fee for residential commercial development. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Satish. In a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Ava. Okay, no presentation. Any comments or questions from staff or public comments?
No, we do not.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Manhattan.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. All right. You can see the bottom of the agenda here. Section 13, board activities and committee reports. Who'd like to go first? So I'll jump in at once.
Well, I could go ahead and go first. Gosh, I finished teaching last week on Friday, so I was able to start visiting the schools I have yet to visit this year. So I was able to visit Eaton on Monday with McAuliffe, and on Tuesday I visit Lawson and Kennedy, and then today I was able to visit Stockemeyer, Hyde, and Cupertino Middle. So it's really great to see the progress and how there are certain focuses that the principals had, and learn new things as well. So, and get to go into different classrooms. So I always get to learn, and it's really happy to see the kids learning. That's always like the favorite part.
Thanks. Thanks, Ava. Anyone else?
Last week I was able to attend the Mirror Open House, which is really great, really fun to see all the dioramas and all the little essays and projects hanging up on the wall. And then was also able to attend the clip promotion ceremony, the 8th grade promotion ceremony with Superintendent Yao, which it's always a great event with student performances and speeches. And so it's really special to be able to attend that. And then I also attended Congressman Ro Khanna's API Heritage Month celebration last week. And it was really interesting because he was talking with Assemblymember Alex Lee about, what it means to be an API elected leader and representing the community. And so I was able to actually speak with him afterwards and tell him about the menu changes that we've made at the schools, and he wants to come. So he'll come and visit schools in the fall, or visit one of our schools and have lunch. And he's very excited. I told him about the chana masala, the spicy kimchi soup, and yeah, it's very exciting. And then I just came from an event this afternoon, which was the California Distinguished School Awards, and it was honoring our 3 middle schools. And so it was great to see our plaque up there. We definitely had the most schools of any district, which is awesome. And then there's certificates for each of the schools as well as for the districts. So.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh,
I forgot to say, June is a celebration of Pride Month. So I'm wearing rainbow in celebration of Pride Month and recognizing that I am very lucky that we have a board and employees that accept our students as they are. So.
I don't know. Okay. Right. For me, I think my main activity was replying. I had the pleasure and really the honor of representing the board and replying to all the emails that came in over the last week, something like that, of all the folks that wrote in to really advocate for classrooms, for better, all sorts of different things. I just want to take this opportunity to say, that I know all of us read them all, and so it's, and there were some folks that really took the time to really describe conditions that they had, their own experiences, what they're experiencing in the classroom, just really taking the time to write really these very vivid descriptions that really help, me, and I'm sure the board, to better understand the challenges. Sometimes it's not really one big thing, but lots of little things adding up, and it really had an impact on me, and just learning more about sort of the things, all the things our teachers jump through, all the things overcome to really help our students. So really want to appreciate that. Just because of the, there's I think it's around 250 by my count. And there's 250 folks, there's one of me. And so therefore I wasn't able to reply at the same length as some of the folks. I feel bad. People write really long things and I wasn't really able to write much in return, but really wanted to say we read all of them and I felt like I got a much better understanding of the challenges. And like I said, the things that teachers do for our students. So I wanted to thank folks for that.
Thank you, Lily, for
Oh,
like, I would wake up in the morning and there would be like all these responses from you. And,
Yeah.
and as I read each one, you
responded.
responded very specifically, and it was very clear.
Oh.
For all of us that were reading all the emails, it wasn't just a canned response every time. It was addressing the things that our educators were sharing with us. So thank you for doing that.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it was a good experience. I have to say in the beginning, I wasn't looking forward to it, but towards the end, I actually was, because I was learning new things with these. And so, appreciated that. Guess the other thing is we're all going to be attending different commencement ceremonies next week. So looking forward to that as well. And sort of the folks, the kids leaving our district, and hopefully we've made them into good learners and help them become better learners. And we're off to a good start in high school.
Don't forget your sunblock and water bottle.
Thank you for that. Yes. All right. Let's see then. Okay. Yes. In a hat. CUSD hat. Yes. All right. Section 14 agenda settings. Anybody have anything to propose for future meeting? I guess just in sort of, there was a speaker today that talked about AI. I'm interested in where we are right now, just in terms of our thinking about AI and what our I know things are very early, but I'm very interested at some point to have that come back as an item for us to just understand what's our thinking and how that hopefully supports the portrait of the learner going forward. So that's my ask.
I'm not sure if you were
I am
finished.
finished.
Oh, okay. I don't know when we're gonna bring up the general master plan again to like seeing the cost or priority list, or because last time it was updated was 4 years ago, right?
So there isn't a plan in redoing the facility master plan. What will be coming back next week will be the resolution and the continued conversation about the general obligation bond and the project list.
Okay. Does it change the cost if we wanted to explore on the general master plan, for instance, like I mentioned about our air conditioning systems, which is in the first stage, and it says existing air conditioning systems to.
Is there, this is agenda.
Oh, okay.
So is there
So-
ask for?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to bring that up for discussion or.
Did you get that?
I did.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good.
I thought you were asking for details and I'm
No,
tired.
no. My first Zoom meeting was 6:30 this morning. I've been here for 16 hours now awake. Great. Sorry, moving on then to item 15, public comments. Do we have any public comments for the closed item?
No, we do not.
All right. In that case, then I'm gonna adjourn us to closed session at 10:28. Thanks, everyone.